Uh, yeah, postman. Uniform Postal Union. It's funny how you can get it across state lines. I mean, enemy lines. The mail gets back and forth. I don't trust the Red Cross for shit. All they do is human traffic and organ traffic anymore. The Red Cross is garbage.
Right, and all that blood that they draw up and take from it, they're not even using that for what you think they were used for.
No, fuck the Red Cross. My dad used to work for the Red Cross back in the 80s, doing hurricane disaster preparedness. All it is a grift at this point.
Right. Yeah. They got old stories of the Red Cross ripping off Marines, you know, landing on the shores, and they're charging them for chocolate bars. I remember I had a client who would tell me that back in the day. It's like they couldn't even give the fighting soldiers free coffee and
I
chocolate
just go
to
up there.
charge.
Let me say I'm there fully armed. I just go up there and take the shit and tell them to go fuck themselves.
My grandpa
Right.
told me a story once of Red Cross loaning money out and then charging the people, I mean, giving money out and then charging the people for it back. And they weren't even supposed
They weren't even what?
It was supposed to be given, not a loan. My grandpa
Oh,
didn't do
you want
anything
it?
for Red Cross.
Oh, you want it back? Okay, come over and get it here, little Daisy do. Jeez, shit. Yeah. And what was it? Mrs. Dole was in charge of the whole Red Cross thing, right? Bob Dole to take over of and the destruction of the sovereignty of Hawaii. Well, it's illegal what they did. Congress apologized for the overthrow of the monarchy. Congress gave an apology back in the 90s because Mr. Dole and all those other people. So Hawaii is not truly a state. It's an occupied territory like Gaza, like Palestine and Israel. In fact, the United States is nothing but occupied territory under the Reconstruction Acts. But I wonder what's happening now with the whole Chevron. Because I think that's part of this administrative state was the occupation by the United States because the war never ended between the North and the South. So now they
Right.
can't do this. Now they can no longer administer the Reconstruction.
Okay, the third bankruptcy.
Well, the fact that they took away the administrative state. You guys ready? You guys ready? All right, let's go. Come on. Come on, boy.
I don't know, but it makes me want to go jump on a horse.
All right. Oh my goodness, you guys must be skin and bones. You're so deprived. You're so deprived. Oh my God. You haven't eaten in days. Come on.
I'm actually eating some spaghetti right now. I'm good.
I'm trying to get the cat in here.
Oh, gotcha. The skin one.
Come on, little fuck. Come on. There you go. What is he terrified of? One of the male cats, just a total scaredy cat. Total scared cat. But yeah, the post office. Say it again.
Last chance to decide on
Orientation.
they just have to be to the box on outboard. No big deal.
I don't get it, but if you want to change it, sure.
No, but what that just cut me off. What the thing was, if you want to put something underneath it, now it's the wrong time to do so. But
Want to put a quilt?
I was thinking about it, but that folds it in should be good like that. More stability as far as being.
As long as they're not peeing through it. Who cares? Fuck that carpet. Away.
Well, that's why I was thinking maybe like put cardboard on underneath it,
We should have enough, I guess.
like this down here.
Mm-hmm. Or a quilt down there underneath it, either way.
But
Sorry, guys, we're doing machinations for cats.
If I had to sit to a winter like that, I would be a lazy postman too. That was cold as when I can imagine living in something like that. That's way too much snow and way too cold. When they
Where?
were trapped in that building or that shack or whatever, that cabin. No, thank you. I would have never wanted to leave until summer.
shut up.
He says, pay attention to me now, human. Don't want to be alone. All right.
About half of the people on here get that kind of snow too. Oh,
Get that kind of what?
that kind of winter they had that they were trapped in that cabin. They can keep all that. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Hell, even the Indy.
When the
Even-
milk delivered, you count on me out.
Even-
Ow,
even the
that
American-
shot, it hurt.
American Indian didn't have sense to move south for the winter. So there's a, I don't know, was it UNAS told me about it? Holly was coaching some people in Hawaii about the whole W4 process. And so they did a whole bunch. I forget the number, it's 800 pages or something like that of bank statements. Along with the bank statement, they did a 1099B. What the fuck happened?
Is this after the more attack? I mean, the storm, whatever it was. Weapons, the harp, tarp.
I don't know. They did a 1099B and they got a notice from the IRS and they'll be getting a tax return of 71,000 because they included a 1090 because we are bartering and we're bartering with the banks. It is a barter. For the services.
Right. I thought then didn't we have something going on with them that's about up? There's like some sort of treaty with them.
I don't know. We're talking about W4 getting a tax return on a W4 using a 1099B. There's instead of tax credits, they said they're getting a tax return. That's what I'm talking about. Something interesting.
That's pretty awesome. Then,
Okay.
huh?
I don't know if people are actually hearing what I'm saying. Pretty
No, I'm trying to process it.
The banks don't provide us anything other than a service. So we're they're purchasing our credits, or we're loaning them our credits, and they're providing a service. So that's the barter.
So they could have did it with more than just the bank. They could have done it for everybody then, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
They're servicing the debt.
I don't know what debt you're thinking about. They're in debt to us.
Yeah, it's all backwards. It's securities. Deposit means nothing in law.
They don't take deposits. They don't make loans. They purchase our securities.
Right. Well, the debt that they foist upon us. To make
I don't know
us
what you're
believe.
talking about, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. That no one
So
foists
Smoking-
anything on us. Yeah.
So Smoking Baby, they purchased the securities. Is that a certain like interest rate that they purchase them at, or is it the face value?
They take my check. I write $1,000 check. I hand it to the bank. The bank instantly creates new money. It's my money. They don't loan us anything. They don't take deposits, and they don't loan credit. We're the source of everything for them. Then they turn it around, put it in the account, and act like they're giving us something when it's our credit to begin with.
So we should be getting that face value of the instrument that we or the security
That's why
that
we do the
sold
W.
them.
That's why we do the W-4. Because we extended them credit because we're interested in a checking account, and they never returned the principal.
So we can do that with the principal plus the interest on the W-4.
The interest is checking and savings accounts. That's the interest. That's why'd you open a bank account? Because you're interested in banking, right?
Right, but then they sell it, so don't we make?
Not
don't
the
we get a-
issue. The issue is you are interested in banking and you get your interest up front because you're banking. So you got your interest payment, but the principal amount they withheld, everything put into that account. That's our principal. You don't get it.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yep.
But it's just a part that I don't get, or I'm thinking that we get that and interest back.
What interest? What, did you bargain for an
I
interest
don't
rate?
know.
Did you bargain
I
for
don't
an
know.
interest rate by depositing something in a bank account?
No, but they making money off of what I gave them.
I guess. I don't know.
Is that why they have me using a damn debit card?
So when you get the debit card, that debit card is already supposed to come with money on it, isn't it?
Only if they purchase one of your securities. And when they get that direct deposit
Mhm.
for your that direct deposit's it's not your employer's credit. What are we doing? Come on, let's go.
It's all we're paying ourselves.
No,
So
we're
they
not
did
going
the
out there.
W-4, the 1099-B, and what's the other one? Because don't you usually have to do 3?
But the 1099-B is W-4, the statements, and the 1040-B, and then they included a 1099-B. We're going
Okay.
this way. I'm not going out I'm not going out there. Come here.
So the 71,000, everything that they had deposited to the bank.
I haven't gotten all the details yet. Someone communicated it to me. Holly was coaching him. Come here.
Okay.
Come here. Come here. No, the interest.
I think I
Go ahead. You think I what?
I think I heard her speak for the first time last week. God, she was amazing. I hated I missed that.
Oh, Holly? Who?
Yes,
Okay.
Holly. Yes. She was spot
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. What are you doing? You're not going to go out there. What's going on? What's going on? Move. I didn't get to see you all day. Whatever. You're not going to be in it. Okay. Let's see here.
Does everybody see why it's so important to carry that letter with you in the mail with the stamp on? In case
What letter?
You're,
the one addressed
yeah.
to someone besides yourself.
Now you're a postal carrier.
You got it right.
Yeah, see what? Postal carriers aren't subject to the local ordinances. They're here for. It's a foreign thing. You're carrying mail. You're a postal carrier. Gotta pull you over. No, I'm carrying mail. What are you doing? See right here? Take this to the post office. What I'm doing is above your jurisdiction.
What's a good book to read to learn about the postal service? 'Cause
I don't
my
know.
knowledge is none, little. You don't know. How'd you learn?
Police officers can't pull over postal carriers. They're outside their jurisdiction. Man, those postal trucks don't have license plates, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Why won't they have license plates? Because they're outside the jurisdiction. They're out of Bern, Switzerland. They're not local. They're outside the jurisdiction. The guy was telling me about it. He had a postage stamp on a receipt. I'm carrying mail. Well, I don't think that's how it works. You better contact your internal affairs and check out. The guy did. He said, okay, Carrie. Well, we're really kind of playing a game here. I don't know. Hope you guys like the movie. Yes, no, maybe. No, I guess not.
What'd you say? You talking so fast.
Did you like the movie?
Oh yeah, that was a good movie. I wish I would have caught
Okay.
it from the beginning.
Yeah, it was good.
Communication is the first thing. Communication between the people. Of
I
course.
just love how it.
Did you guys
Go ahead.
love how it
Sorry.
what? No, I'm curious what you said.
Oh no, I love how he said, "Wouldn't it be great if wars could just be fought by the assholes who start them?"
That was the same
Me
thing, and
too.
that was the
That
same
was my
thing in
favorite.
Troy.
Mm.
Troy said the same thing. The movie Troy.
I got that one. I'll have to watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. If Congress wants to start a war, put those pansy asses out there and frontline human fucking shield with their children in tow. Screw them.
That's right, with the children in tow.
What are you attached to?
Has anybody else seen the video with the schematics of Gaza, and there's nowhere to go, and they're just bombing away. They were anyway, and so that it is quite ridiculous. I mean, what are they going to do?
What do you think they're going to do to us if we let them? You realize we're occupied, right?
Absolutely,
Did,
absolutely.
did you watch that Lincoln movie I
Who
put in
are
there?
the they?
United States. Did you watch that Lincoln movie video I
Thank
put in
you.
there?
I did. Well, I've started. I've got about halfway through. It did something funky to me for my on my computer phone.
YouTube did?
I reckon, yeah. It kind of lagged and just spun and spun and spun and spun and spun and spun.
Lincoln's a piece of shit.
And I tell people that they get into my shit.
Well, his uncle was Mordecai. And he's Abraham. You think he was a Khazarian? I don't know. Think he could have been a Khazarian. So yeah, we're occupied. The United States is occupying the Union of States through the Reconstruction Acts. I don't know if the Reconstruction Acts are still being amended at this point. Who knows what's happened now with the Chevron and everything. And with some things Trump did, the devolution. You ever watch the devolution series with Mr. Mr. Truth Bomb? Mr. Truth Bomb. He goes through the devolution series, how Trump moved the powers, the commander-in-chief powers, and separated them out and moved them down a level, so Biden couldn't handle them.
I've heard of that.
It's called Mr. Truth Bomb. The devolution series, and he shows all the different changes to the Law of War Manual and the statutes, and setting up Space Force and moving authorities around. Took it out of Biden's control. And it's called WhiteHouse.inc now. It's called WhiteHouse.inc instead of the United States.
Is that what it's really called, or they just was making a joke?
No, it's called WhiteHouse.inc. Or White House Incorporated. There was a devolution of government. Something changed.
Right. I understand that he did the presidential order, like when he got in there on what would go down as Jan 6, because he actually is the one that called the people out there, wasn't he? Wasn't he the one that called the?
He didn't call them. He invited them. They're stupid to go. King of the United States. King of the United States. I think that's called the United States, and I think it's called the Executive United States. The SES, the Senior Executive Service. That's the deep state. I'll have to find it. Charter. The King's Charter refuses to die. That's one of them. I'll have to find it. The Senior Executive Service, the SES. The Executive Office of the United States. Executive Office of the United States. Put executive in here. Executive.
Great. I missed the movie.
Executive Office of the United States. I'll look it up. Look it up in here. Executive EXEC Office. Yeah, the Executive Office for the U.S. United States Attorney. Office of the President. Yeah. What is the Executive Office of the President? The office is overseen by the White House Chief of Staff. So they have this shadow thing. Executive Office of the United States. Try United States. Executive Office of the United States. You know, it was Hamilton that started all these bureaus, right? That's why Burr shot him.
Good.
Yeah, the Executive Office of the President of the United States. It's an interesting creature.
I think there's actually a book out there. It's titled "How." Was it Hamilton's Curse? How Jefferson's arch enemy betrayed the American Revolution.
That's right, because he set up a shadow treasury. Yeah, the Treasury of the United States, and you have the United States Treasury, all these mirrors. He made bureaus out of them. You know, you have the there's inversions between them. Yeah, trying to think of some. Been working all day. Executive Office of the United States. I wonder what they could be used for, though. What they're worth. Franklin FDR is one that set it up, so you know it's a communist thing. That piece of shit, cripple piece of shit. Fuck. Wilson too, President Wilson. He's a douchebag. He's a bought and owned. Who knows? He could have been a diddler of some kind. He was taking orders.
Yeah,
not
he was
to
just
end
a
World
puppet.
War One. He's a puppet. Yeah, don't end World War One too quickly.
Colonel House's handler.
Mm-hmm. Mendel House. It's because Lincoln set up that corporation. Perpetual
Right.
Corporation. Which is why you need to declare your political domicile as one of the people populating the American Republic. That's right. Political domicile is one of the people populating the American Republic with domicile in the 10th Amendment. So if you haven't set your political domicile up in the 10th Amendment, you're still a person. Because it says the people can bear arms, right? The people have the right to do this. The people have the right to do that. The only place where the people are is in that reservation in the 10th Amendment. Any powers not surrendered to the United States nor prohibited by the state are reserved to the states or to the people. Reserved to the states or reserved to the people, if you want to do a conjugation. So the reservation for the people, like an Indian reservation, the reservation for the people is in the 10th Amendment. That's where we have to claim political domicile. Alabamians have a reservation in the state, reserved to the states. So Alabama is a reservation for Alabamians. The people have a reservation in the 10th Amendment, like an Indian reservation. By default, the political domicile is in the District of Columbia by default, as persons having privileges instead of people having substantive rights. Does that make sense? Does it not make sense to somebody? No.
Say that.
Yes.
Say
No.
it. Say it. Say it one more time, please.
What was the last thing you heard?
Like the last sentence, but I was like reading something, so I didn't hear the whole thing.
If you had something more important to do, baby, go do it.
No, I'm like looking up words and stuff that you mentioned, and so
read me the 10th Amendment. How about that?
the 10th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Read it deliberately, not just the words. Read it deliberately with the commas. Have a pause.
Oh, you want me to make some sense of it? All right.
Yes.
The 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment helps to define the concept of federalism, the relationship between federal and state governments. Hold on, that's not the right. I
That's
don't think I'm
describing it.
reading it. Yeah. Hold on.
Did she make a mess?
I just had AI write me a claim for political domicile.
Put it in the room. I want to read it.
Yeah, because I don't see just the 10th Amendment, dudes. Why you can't just pull it up and give it to me?
What is the 10th Amendment? So I'm put it in the room. What did AI put together?
I'll post it.
Thanks.
Hang on a sec.
It's little p people, so that's a good thing.
The power is not delegated to the United States
United States
by the Constitution.
Nor prohibited by it to the states.
To the states, yeah.
Are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
So it's a reserve to the states or reserve to the people. You can put that conjugation in there. Are reserved to the states or to the people. Reserved to the states or reserved to the people. So there's certain powers the people have. There's certain powers the states have. But the people are first, then the states, then the federal. That's where that Cardozo Law Review, Popular Sovereignty, I tell people to read. It has that eloquent sentence in there. See, I can't be a citizen of the state. I would have to swear allegiance to the state to be a citizen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way I could be a citizen of Alabama if I'm one of the people.
I posted it.
I see it. I recognize, they recognize. I need their recognition. I recognize the limited and enumerated powers of the federal government. Stating the Constitution, I assert my right to be primarily governed by the state laws. Really?
That's just the first draft.
Oh, no, I know. Because realize to be down here, we have to have a person down here, right? In the state. a fiction? Because the state itself is a fiction. The state of Alabama or Alabama State. I mean, you could have the Alabama Republic, and the Republic is administered by the state of Alabama. So the yep. Responsibilities at a no, my responsibilities, their responsibilities to me. I don't owe them anything. We created them. They owe us. If you look up Title 22, 611, and you look up American Republic, it was moved offshore in 1940. 22, 611, American Republic. I think I posted it in here, the fake kings of America and where they hid it at the bit shoot where Justice Lotus is talking about that American Republic moved offshore. Fake kings of America and where they hid it.
You said 26
22,
chapter there.
20,
Oh, 22.
20, 22, 611,
Oh,
American
wow.
Republic. Was moved offshore. And all the domestic duties of the Secretary of State were handed over to the Attorney General. So we're under occupation by an Attorney General. Military. You have the Postmaster General, also military.
So what side is the military on?
Hard to tell at this point. Hard to tell. It's been infiltrated. Like little Millie with all his little medals. Mr. Little Millie. Fucking pansy. Piece of shit. Mad Dog too. Mad Dog, whatever his name is, that general, he's a piece of shit. I'm not sure about Mike Flynn. Not sure about that guy either. Remember that prayer about talking about the light and all this other crap, this new age shit with Sasha Stone. There's some kind of, he's supposed to be a Christian. He talks about the light and everything. It's some kind of prayer that he said was not Christian at all. Mike Flynn's light prayer or something like that. You might be able to find it. His non-Christian prayer. He's doing Lucifer, of course. They start talking about light and all that stuff. They're talking about Lucifer. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Yep, Lucy. Lucifer. Realize Lucifer's a humanist, right? He's a humanist. He's really into humanity.
He's really into it.
Yeah, he looks at all the temptations and all the shit. Yeah, he's really into humanity. See if they can tempt us to do this, that, and everything else. Yeah, so political domicile in the 10th Amendment as one of the people populating the American Republic.
Huh. The Title 22, Foreign Relations and Intercourse.
Yep. How come the American Republic is in there? The term American Republic includes any of the states, which is this 22611? Yeah,
The time,
includes
no, that's
any states which are signatory to the final act of the second meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the American Republics in Havana, Cuba, 1940, Title 22611. Mm-hmm. You know, your rights are granted by God, I would say. Hmm.
All functions, powers, and duties of the Secretary of State under the Act of June 8, 1938, requiring the registration of agents of foreign principals, are hereby
Mhm.
transferred to and vested in the Attorney General.
There you go. And aren't we all foreign to the United States?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. That's why I registered as a foreign agent to the IMF. I'm a foreign agent of the IMF. And I got a Rule 2 opinion letter where they recognize it. I got a letter from them where they recognize my duties, but I'm under no obligation to register. No obligation to register. So they didn't deny it. They just said I'm not obliged to register. But that means they recognize my duties to the IMF. I'm just not obliged to register. I need to go back and revisit it, and because I want to be registered. I want a badge. I want a badge with my little registration number under FARA, little business card under FARA. They go to the IMF and tell them they got to pay me because I've been your agent the whole time. And I want all the training. I want training so I know everything the IRS knows and more. I went to the courthouse here, this whole lawsuit with this HOA bullshit, and they wanted 200. A defendant, if someone gets sued here in Arizona, they have to pay $230 to file an answer. But what if I can't afford an answer? I'm just shit out of luck and getting justice in this state. How can you charge me $230 when I'm not the one initiating the claim?
Hmm.
So I was a courier, so they demanded $230. I said, okay, that's fine. I just need your EIN number for the court, and because there's a transfer fee. Oh, I don't think we can hand that out. I said, well, it said, well, let's find out. So she called some lady down in the county level, whatever, and she got on the phone. Well, we're not allowed to hand that out, and blah 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 blah. I said, look, I'm registered with the Department of Justice as a foreign agent of the IMF. I require the tax ID number for whoever's receiving these funds for the transfer taxes that are under 2603 of Title 26. She says, okay, hold on, let me go check. The lady hung up. The clerk said, okay, it'll be a little while if you don't mind waiting. I says, yeah, I'll go over the DMV. I'll call you in as soon as I hear back. I got 10 steps outside the door and she called me on the phone. Okay, it's here. Here's the W-9 for the county. Motherfuckers deny me the fucking W-9. Doesn't even belong to them. It's not their W-9 to decide not to hand out. It's total bullshit. It belongs to the IMF. It doesn't belong to the state. Doesn't belong to the United States. It belongs to the International Monetary Fund, which was created by the Exchange Stabilization Fund in 1934. The ESF, Exchange Stabilization Fund, is a corporate soul with no oversight by Congress. And the Exchange Stabilization Fund created both the IMF and the World Bank. They're just straw men. The IMF and the World Bank are straw persons created by the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which is the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan. So the United States is the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan. Because if you look up all these Federal Reserve, the addresses for the Federal Reserves, they have United States in their mailing address. You look up these district courts, they do not have United States in their mailing address. Only the Federal Reserve banks have United States as part of their mailing address. Crazy, huh?
They got me effed up.
Are you a U.S. citizen? I don't know what that means. I was born in Alabama. Does that mean the same thing? Because I'm not quite sure that war's not over yet. I told that to a border patrol guy going east in El Paso. Are you a U.S. citizen? Well, I was born in Alabama, and I'm not quite sure because that war's not over yet. He laughed. He said, "Okay, go ahead."
That's what I told who's the prosecutor when he asked me if I lived in Ohio at this address. I said no. He's like, well, where do you live? I said, well, I don't know. I could if I fall asleep right here and decide to stay over here overnight, then I live here. He was so mad.
I live in the body.
Right?
Right.
Wherever
I was like,
I'm
I
at.
don't know. They said I was born in Philadelphia, but I don't know. I guess you could say I live there. I don't know. Or that the defendant lives there. He was mad.
Right? It depends where I live.
Like,
I live in
yeah.
Ohio. I live in, you mean the state of Ohio? You know, if you can help me with the latitude and longitude of the state of Ohio, and we'll see if, and where the latitude and longitude here. Says, I don't know, what's the latitude and longitude of Ohio? It's a fiction. There has no latitude and longitude.
He was like, well,
Otherwise, you'd be.
how do you receive mail? I was like, well,
That's a.
you know, for
You'd have to ask. You'd have to ask
business
the
and
post office.
purposes, but
Yeah, you have to ask the post
right.
office about that. I don't know how that works.
The judge had like a little smirk on her face. Do you have any further
Yeah.
questions? He was like, no, that's it. Like, I'm not playing with this bitch.
Well, you said, "Well, don't you have a mailing address?" So, you know, I contacted the local the director of the post office and asked him, I really like this address and I wonder if I can take it with me. Can I take it with me? Is it mine? And he wrote back and said, no, the mailing address belongs to the municipality and we just have an agreement to use it. It's not my address. If it's mine, I can take it with me.
Right.
So I have a letter from the LA area, Los Angeles County director of the post office stating it belongs to the municipality. It's not my address.
Right.
That's why I use that letter to send to the credit reporting agencies. But that letter say, get all the mailing addresses off my credit report. It's not my property. What are you doing reporting someone else's property on my credit report? It's 3 points off your FICO for every single address you have on your credit report. 3 points off your FICO.
Oh shit.
Because you're unstable, you're moving around all the time, so you have lower credit rating.
I wonder about the names because they got some names I never gave them. I'm like, where the hell they get that from?
Well, claim it.
The name too, right? Like you can't get the original so-called record of that name. So who really owns that? And get it off my credit report.
Yep.
Well, wouldn't
Well, even
we
the name.
own the name? They just use it.
It's not our name anyway on the birth certificate. It belongs to the state. It's not my name. It belongs to
But
the
they
state
got it
created
from
that.
me though. They got it from my mom.
Okay, so if I name my bicycle Diona, whatever. So, oh, that's my bike. No, just because they look the same doesn't mean it's the same name.
No, but the name of that bike is mine.
Not necessarily. So I can't. No one else can name anyone else the name you have because it's your name. No, it doesn't work that way. Your name's only the Christian name. The last name is the debtor. The surname is the debtor. The given name is the creditor.
Yeah, I like that breakdown.
When I got my Office of Personnel Management for my military service, there were 4 different names on that paperwork. And one of the names was all caps last name, comma, first middle name, proper case. With all caps last name first, and comma, first middle name, proper case was at the end. You know, the last shall be first, the first shall be last. So the last name is the debtor, and the given name is the creditor.
That's the one that was passed down, right? Family names.
The surnames belong to the Vatican.
The plantation name.
That's how the attorneys get a hook by using that last name. The Bar Temple of London, which is owned by the Vatican, the City of London is owned by the Vatican. That's how they get the hook. When a man is made a when a man is made a Christian peer, he loses his surname. When temporal, his Christian name. By adding the surname to the Christian name, it destroys the Christian peerage and becomes a Vatican owned name.
Wow.
Hmm. And you notice on the DS11 passport, you have on the first page you have a name, which would be the all caps name, and on the second page it asks for the name again. Why they can't keep track of this shit? So there are two different names. Are we making a distinction between the two? And if you look up the duties of the Secretary of State, the United States, it says one of the duties is to it talks about American citizens, not U.S. citizens, American citizens, to issue American citizens passports and to protect American citizens abroad, something like that, in the duties of the Secretary of State of the United States. There's a list of duties. It's worth checking out.
Interesting. No mention of
Mhm.
U.S.
Read it. It's interesting.
Whenever such foreign person owns or controls such domestic person, such activities are substantially in furtherance of the bona fide commercial, industrial, or financial interest of such domestic person. Publication 91-375, substituted, filed with the United States Postal Service information in compliance with Section 3611 of Title 39. 4, filed with the postmaster. I'm
Can you
reading
post that in there?
the foreign relations, Title 22, foreign relations and intercourse. Yeah.
What part of 22?
That's a good question. It looks like subchapter 2, registration of foreign propagandists.
Is there a section number for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to see right now. I can just send the whole document over. Hold on.
You know, we're ministers administering the estate. You know that? We're ministers administering an estate, our landed estate that God ordained for us to walk around for a day down here in this God cursed, demon fucked planet.
Oh, there it is. It's Title 22, Chapter 11, Subchapter 2. I just posted it.
Okay.
And I think what I was reading was from like the second page. Or the third
Yeah,
page.
611 definitions. Talks about the post office.
It was on the third page. Oh wait, hold on.
It just said post office, right?
Yeah, it says it in there somewhere.
Okay. Just a keyword.
Oh,
I'm trying to pull out a keyword.
so it's the third page. Third page, first column. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like the fourth paragraph. It says 1970.
Yeah, that's when they started to do the Federal Reserve overlay, 9-digit overlay, EIN numbers over the country for Mr. Zippy to come in and do a federal overlay. When Paul Volcker was in office, Paul Volcker was, yeah, earlier on, either with Trump or somebody. Paul Volcker was back on the scene again. I thought he would be dead by now. Paul Volcker. He came back, popped up again, doing something, changing something in the financial system. Because all the states went bankrupt. There was a financial crisis in the 60s because of the Vietnam War. I said this before, that all the Arizona was ARZ, Texas was TEX, Mississippi was MIS, ALA, FLA. You know, all these 3-letter identifiers for the states back then. Just like an airport, MSY is New Orleans. Airports have a 3-letter identifier. France was FRA, Deutschland is DEU, Spain is ESP, España. Australia was AUS. That means they're international sovereign nations with a 3-letter identifier. So when the states reincorporated because they were using Federal Reserve notes in violation of the Constitution under that financial crisis, all the states reincorporated under the U.S. corporation and took on the 2-letter U.S. AZ, FL, TX, MS 2-letter identifier, just like their parent corporation, the U.S. And all these little Federal Reserve zip codes were overlaid over as a fictional overlay on top of the United States, whatever they call it, CONUS or whatever, on the territories of the United States. That's how they established federal territories on top of the territorial, the state of Arizona versus this state of Arizona. This state versus the state. This state is the federal overlay. The state is the territory. If you look up resident,
So we want to be in this
the
state.
Mm-hmm. The is a fact. This state is a fiction. Because the is a definite article. This is a pronoun.
That's fucking crazy.
Uh-huh. I first read it in a Dask law, ADASK, Dask law. It was talking about this state versus the state. If you look up the definition of resident, it does that little pronoun versus article, definite article game. So
Go ahead.
So I rebutted that I'm a resident of Arizona because I'm only here for a day. It says any person who's in this state for 180 days is presumed to be a resident. However, the presumption may be overcome by sufficient evidence showing that the person is in the state temporarily. And then you go down to state, and it goes down to the taxing code, and it goes down to the District of Columbia, Guam, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. That's the state they're talking about. In this state, it's DC. Mm-hmm.
So
California
the state is Guam and
no, this state.
Oh, okay.
This state's the territory of Arizona, not the commercial overlay. This is the commercial. The is a definite.
That's crazy how we never would have thought how important those words were until now.
Mm-hmm. Well, they make it only stands out because of the distinction. They changed it. They changed it in 2020. They changed the resident thing. They use this now, which I think is disingenuous.
Right. So now I'll be careful when I say this.
It's a pronoun. Don't I get on you guys about pronoun trouble all the time?
This is mine.
Pronoun trouble. These, those, them, it, that, they, their, he, she, it, we, they. These, those, them, it, that, they, their, he, she, it, we, I.
You can put you in a trust.
Mr. Smith, you have been found guilty. I agree, Your Honor. Put you in jail. He wants Mr. Smith to identify with you and go to jail for it. You is singular or plural. What the fuck is a you? What's a ute? Remember my cousin Vinny? What is a ute?
Yeah. Ute. How you spell that? EWE is a what's that, like a sheep? I think it's a female sheep. I forget.
Is it black light?
I brought it and another light just in case. Let's see what that was.
Yeah, we had a big scorpion in the house today. Creepy
Scorpion.
little, yeah,
How
creepy
big?
little fuck. Middle finger.
Wow.
Oh hell no. Kids were packing up. Matter of fact, just leave everything. We're going. We're leaving.
When we first got here in 2019, they would come walking sideways on the house, horizontally, come walking around the corner, walking along the wall, like in that movie,
Creepy.
like the movie The Mummy, while the scorpions come walking along the wall. Yeah, the creepy little shits.
Possible. The two youths.
Over here we got a lot of animals.
Utes.
What was that word? What word? To what? What? Did you say youths? Yeah, two youths. What is a ute? Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. Two youths.
Herman.
Is it possible the two defendants entered the store, picked
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah, that
Herman
used to be
Munster.
my mom's favorite movie. Like she used to crack up laughing at that movie.
Herman Munster as the judge.
So is that where the word youths come from? You?
No, it's just a Mr. Smith. We find you guilty. Do you have anything to say? Yes, Your Honor. Put you in jail. He wanted the dude to testify for it and become.
Taxi driver. Talking to me? You talk.
I don't see anyone else around. De Niro, what a piece of shit that guy is. Oh,
And then when kids used to speak in the third person, we used to tell them, don't talk like that. You can't say, just say I or me or you, or don't say Johnny doesn't want that. Johnny was talking about himself.
Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Bob Dole wants to be president. It's like Bob Dole, and he's Bob Dole talking about Bob Dole in the third person.
Right.
There's a black widow right there. Keith. Right there, there's a black widow.
Y'all need Orkin.
I don't like. We have cats. I don't like spraying poison everywhere. And the wind
But
blows it
Orkin is
around. We breathe.
healthier. Orkin is supposed to be natural.
Yeah. What's unnatural? You see on your labels, natural flavor. What the fuck is a natural flavor?
It's just a patented title for a fucking unnatural thing.
It tastes like it, but that don't mean it's it.
Natural flavor. Even in vanilla, the vanilla flavoring,
It
natural
even
flavor.
tastes like it. People don't even know what things are supposed to taste like anymore. Like
I know.
I've got the Amish, spent time with them, and man, their food is like you would just fall on the floor. It's so good, but it's all technically
Fresh.
natural. Like how food was meant to taste without all the steroids and nonsense.
Mm-hmm. use. So you guys don't got no more questions, problems, intrigues, conspiracies, gossip, innuendo? How are you? There's a cat. I think fireworks are stupid. Fireworks. Fireworks are stupid. I know how many people lost a finger, an eye. You know how many burns happened.
I think here they burned down the forest. Like it's been smelling like smoke since yesterday.
Weeks and days and months off the life of my animals. I know that.
Oh yeah, my cats were all freaked out. They have these out here in Arizona. We have these huge, there's nothing to burn here. They have these huge monster freaking mortars blowing up. They're shooting them sideways right over the houses. And then usually peters out around 9, and then they're randomly for the next 3 hours till midnight blowing big mortars up. You fucking dicks, fucking redneck pieces of shit. Pisses me off.
If the Chinese had any sense, they just attack on 4th of July, man. People wouldn't know what fucking hit them.
Well, imagine how many gangland shootings go on the 4th of July.
Just masked up as fireworks,
Yeah, shotguns or whatever, How many people shot guns in the air that do roofing so they can patch the holes in the roofs?
Somebody
Shoot
on
guns up.
Telegram. Somebody on Telegram had their neighbors were doing fireworks, and I was like, "Man, it sounds like a whole war." He's like, "Yeah, it's just my neighbors." I was like, "Yeah, they probably over there shooting each other, masking it as fireworks."
There's something going on during that.
I don't like it. Is it funny we're celebrating the 4th of July by shooting off Chinese fireworks?
That's so
Alcohol,
crazy.
fireworks, and a bunch of idiots.
Bunch of rednecks, yet.
Made in China.
It's the China virus.
Same thing with the American flags, made in China.
Yeah, like Bill Hicks used to do that little bit about that. Oh, what is it?
It still sounds like 4th of July outside.
He says, my grandfather died for that flag. He said, oh, yeah, this one right here, this says made in China.
My grandpa shot the Chinese in Korea. How it made in China?
I was asking a lot of elderly people where I work at. I was asking them last night, "You want me to open your window so you can see the fireworks?" They're like, "I don't want to see that shit." I'm like, damn, all of y'all feel this way? Even a lady with Alzheimer's, she was like, what the hell?
All that fucking noise. I become like the Grinch. Noise. All that noise. The Zimzuber Karze. The Palm Tukers. Bang their Tom Tukers. The Grinch who stole Christmas. I guess I'm becoming a curmudgeon. Crazy.
That's what
New Year's is worse. People go berserk for New Year's.
Well, we have
You know,
trailers down here. They buy them every weekend and every birthdays and what are those anyway, they have them for every occasion here, but it's very hillbilly. It's true.
I just want to know what they're celebrating. Love to know.
yeah. What are you guys celebrating? What's all this shit?
Some are probably celebrating getting away with murder because they probably are shooting people in the back room.
Yeah.
I wonder how many unmarked cars I'll see in the morning when I go to.
Why are the unmarked cars bothering you?
The past few months, they've just been here every weekend. Something's going on. I mean, because you could just look at all 40 of them and see that they're, then you look at the tags and they're not from around here. They're not even from this state. I don't get it. You're just waiting for all the lights to go off and all the cars, trucks, mostly big SUV. And they just look around and it's very, very, it's just odd. I don't like it.
What are you doing? What are you up to for them to be so interested in you?
You don't have to be up to anything. You don't have to be doing nothing. You can be picking your nose, and they just don't like the way the booger they see coming out of your nose. I don't know. I mean, they don't care. These people don't give a shit. But it is not that I'm really concerned for myself. Other than these cops around here, they have no idea what no license means. And I'm handing them the paperwork through the window if they ask, but that's about all they can get until they bust my window. And
why would they bust your window?
That's just what they do. That's just what they do.
Why not cooperate with them?
I do usually.
Oh, are we here to do business today? I'm so excited. How can I help you? Let's do some business. They get really weird when you start being happy about it. License, registration, insurance. Oh, okay. I accept those 3 orders. Now you charge them $1,000 a piece for each one of the orders. They order it. They got to pay for it, right? Draw up an invoice. This is what you ordered. You got to pay for it. All you are is security guards. All you guys have is security guard badge. That's all it is. So you guys are here enforcing the law. So where's your license to practice law? You have a license to practice law? So you're practicing law, but no license. Oh, okay. That's a problem. We're here to enforce the law. What law? The Vatican law? Is it common law? What kind of law is it? Maritime law? Mexican law? What kind of law? Statutory law. Oh, what's the jurisdiction of statutory law? Am I part of that jurisdiction? I'm just trying to understand. This is very fascinating. I'm so glad you're here to help me out and learn about this stuff. Oh, well, no, we're not here for that. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Oh. I got pulled over in California and I wanted to see proof of insurance. So I took a piece of paper and I wrote on it, proof of insurance. There you go. I don't think it works that way. You go, best evidence rule. Best evidence rule. You're gonna have to prove I don't have insurance. I just showed you proof of insurance. He got angry. He didn't put it on the ticket though. He didn't put no proof of insurance. I was speeding. It gets exhausting though.
So if they ask you at the DMV to show that you have proof of insurance at the time, what can you do?
I don't know why you're registering your car as a commercial use. I don't know why you do that. You realize your driver's license is insured, right? The driver's license is proof of insurance. The state, everything the state issues must be bonded and insured because the state's liable for
Plus,
what it
yeah,
creates.
the whole essence of license is that it's under insurance, right?
Meow.
So how do you bring that claim again? Like, what is the? How do
What
you?
claim?
I mean, like to show that license is the insurance.
Well, I would could ahead of time. It'd be nice to write to the Secretary of State and say, "Is this did you when you issued this license, did the state have an insurance policy behind it?" So
Okay.
why are you? So you're trying to issue me a liability? Then give me back my money. Hey, what's wrong? I got turned down the stove.
Oh, that
Hi,
sounds
Mama.
good. Because I was
Hi,
fired for
Mama.
not having credentials, but I had license. So credentials is just kind of like an insurance too, but so is a license.
Hi. How are you? What? What's wrong? Are you all right? Really?
I'm good.
Talking, talking to the cats.
Back to Brian and the breaking of the window. Maybe they were just seeing if the laws of gravity were still in effect. That's why they broke the window.
I would never go that far. I would just cooperate. I would never go that far.
I didn't let it get that far. I thought they shot a gun. I thought one of them shot their gun off, so I just drove off. I just drove off and went and got on the highway. They just kept going the other way. They went the other way. That was it for that one until what I don't know. Oh, I think I got a letter in the mail. I got a letter in the mail. Told me I needed to come turn myself in or some shit.
You have your power of attorney done?
Oh, this is before I knew anything about what's going on. No, have I got it done now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Do you miss your kids? Yeah, this female cat's in heat.
Mm.
To keep her away till we get her spayed. Don't want any incestuousness going on in there. Meow.
Do animals deform from incest?
If the father impregnates the female, the daughter, that's bad. But when the son impregnates the mother, it's not as bad.
Mm.
I wonder if they know the difference.
No, it's a matter of genetics. No, 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 no. What are you still doing in here? Why did you go out? Why are you being so strange lately? Psst, psst, psst. What's going on with you? I don't get it. Come here. Come here. What's going on with these cats? They're all still acting strangely from yesterday.
Those damn fireworks. My dog
Yeah.
was scared to go outside.
Yeah,
Still,
this one is too. This one is too. This
they
one is
probably
too.
like those wasn't fireworks. Those was artillery tanks shooting people.
Yeah,
They put it on the
crazy.
news yet.
Supposedly the neighbor's dog was so freaked out it was like under the table throwing up. That's how freaked out it was by the fireworks.
Oh shit. Hmm.
This is bullshit. Childish. Dangerous. Anyway, I don't like when my animals, my domestic animal, my domestic livestock are disturbed. Yeah, my next movie I want to watch is Nanny McPhee. Nanny McPhee.
This one is
Kids,
great.
kids movie.
The first one is really good though.
Yeah,
What's that one
Yeah.
about? I never heard that.
we'll watch and find out next week or something. But this one is about how the military defers to the post office. Military defers to the post office. You know, it's how as soon as the post office came around, it ended up more civilized than when the military was around doing arbitrary violence. I wonder if that Chevron ruling, I'm sure they're not going to just dismantle what they're doing. I think they're going to continue to act as they've been acting, and we're going to have to sue them. That's what I think is going to happen with the Chevron problem, the administrative state. But then it'll be a civil rights violation, and they try to enforce their bullshit on us. That would mean those agency rules and guidelines would only apply to whoever's part of that agency. Just like in Princess Cruise Lines, you weren't allowed to wear a halter top. But if I'm not part of Princess Cruise Lines, I can wear a halter top. Same thing with these agencies and the little rules. See what I mean? Can you guys hear me? Did my phone die?
Yeah, you said the agency and all their rules and what?
Only apply to the agency. Just like
Oh
they mandate the mask mandate or the vaccine mandate. Mandate just means offer. So if the executive branch mandates vaccines, It only applies to people who are under the executive branch. Doesn't apply to any of we the people.
That or
I'm not part of you.
fellowship as him.
Or one who consents, right? Or one who consents, because people
Sure,
don't
if
know.
you sure at any time you could go slit your throat and everything else. But I'm just saying their mandates don't apply to anyone but people part of that agency. Doesn't apply to anybody else any more than the
Right,
halter top rule only applies to people who are working at Princess Cruise Lines. If they're not working for Princess Cruise Lines, then they can wear a halter top.
right. But people don't know that.
Not the issue.
Yeah, okay.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, right?
It's not a law. It's an offer.
That's why everybody trapped, because
But
everybody consent, voluntary.
I can't testify for anybody but myself. And even then, I wouldn't do it. Whatever people do, they do. I'm talking about the fact. So
Hmm.
if you look at them in the legal definition of mandate, it only means offer. Well, it has a lot of meaning, but the big one's offer. Be like some of these Chinese CCP police coming around here trying to enforce their Chinese CCP bullshit on us. Who the fuck are you? Chinese CCP. You know, China has all these police departments here in the United States, right?
Yeah, I've
Set them up.
seen that.
Mm-hmm. Well, march your ass back to Nanking or whatever ping place you came from. Get the fuck out of here.
They even have their own camp. They have a separate camp in down where they're coming through. Oh God, it starts with a D, I believe. Anyway, through down there where they're coming in from below Mexico and all of that, and the Darien Gap. That's right. They're coming. They've got their own camp down there, the Darien Gap. This one guy, reporter Ben Berkwam, he's been down there many times, and him and another reporter, they've documented it. He said they were not nice. They did not seem like they were just, citizens. They were grouped.
No,
They were all men.
Special
Yep.
forces.
Yep. They're here.
Heard Panama was shutting down the Darien Gap thing. President of Panama is having enough of it. Rumor has it.
That would be great.
I know. Imagine Panama growing a pair of testicles. That'd be great.
Doesn't China already own like a lot of real estate over here in America?
For now, they do. Mm-hmm.
yeah, didn't they buy up a lot of those military installations that shut down? Supposedly?
Right next
I don't
door to
know.
them. But in
Yeah.
Arkansas, they banned foreign ownership in Arkansas.
Yay, Arkansas.
I know.
Yeah, some states actually have a clue what's going on.
Arizona's a sellout state. Katie Hobbs a piece of shit, but her husband does gender reassignment surgeries. That's the kind of piece of shit that family is.
Gender reassignment.
Child abuse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine a parent even considering that kind of crap. You watch 10 years down the road and how many more Menendez cases start happening. You know, the Menendez brothers?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm whooping my kid's ass first time come to me talking about some gender reassignment.
What about what?
I said, I'm whooping my kids' ass. They come to me talking about some gender reassignment. Don't worry, I'll reassign it for you. You're going to get a whole reassignment.
Get a whooping. You start talking to God. Oh, God,
You're
help
gonna
me.
get
There you go. Now you're on the right track.
I'm going to give you a homemade plastic surgery.
Yeah, you need another hole, I'll give you one.
You want somebody to complain about? Just tell me. I'll give you something to complain about. That's one of the parent rules, right?
I'm whooping that ass.
You want to complain about? I'll give you something to complain about. What?
Although you may not be able to complain after this.
Come here. I don't know what you're doing. Why are you being so weird, cat? You can go out the window. For some reason, the cat guy wants to go through the house to get outside. When he can just go out the window. It's open.
That is
He's still all freaked out. It's so weird.
Yeah. PTSD, man, from the fireworks.
right.
Mm-hmm. There he goes. At some point, I'll be able to go on walks with him again. I'm so fucking busy, Hans Briggs. I'm too busy, Hans Briggs. Team America. Hans Briggs. I'm so lonely. You guys ever watch that Team America puppet movie? America. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna save the day now. Team America goes around. Say it again. Durker, jihad.
Smoking baby.
Yeah.
What was that code for if they didn't want to give you a W-9? It was 26, Title 26, 6203.
No. They don't want to give me their W-9?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, I registered myself as an IMF foreign agent with the Department of Justice FARA division. Because the back of the Social Security card, do you have the big piece or just a little piece of the Social Security card?
I have the whole card. The big piece and the little piece.
What's it say on the front of the card?
Oh shit, I gotta go get it. Let's see. See what it says.
What, Mama Cat? What?
It says on which part your Social Security card, adults sign this card and ink immediately.
What's it say on the left?
On the left, keep this stuff with your personal records. The other side contains important information.
Oh, the other side contains important information. Let's read the other side.
It says your Social Security card, the Social Security number shown on your card is yours alone. Do not allow.
That's on the right side, right? It's not on the left side.
Yeah, it's the right side. On the left side, it
Yeah,
says.
see, left. We read left to right, top to bottom, right?
Oh, I thought you said the big side. What was on the front of the big
I'm just
side. So I
saying.
read the back of it.
Well, the left
So
side. We always read top to bottom, left to right.
true.
Okay.
So it says in the box, above the tear off part for the actual card, it says improper use of this card or number by anyone is punishable by fine, imprisonment, or both. If you
Yeah,
believe someone is,
isn't that the right side? That's the Social Security cards that tears off if you want to. Or
yeah,
is it on the left side?
So it's the back side, and it's on the left, and it has there's three perforated lines.
It's a big paragraph, right?
So
on the left.
on the right side, there's a big paragraph where it gives
The
you
right
the
side said
instruction.
this card belongs to Social Security Administration. You must return it if we ask for it. The other side, when you turn the card over, the left side says what?
The left side says this card belongs to the Social Security Administration, and you must return it if we ask for it. If you find a card that isn't yours, please return it to Social Security Administration in Baltimore. For any other Social Security business information, contact your local Social Security office.
All right. So the card doesn't belong to you.
Right. Well, the card doesn't belong to you, but then on the right side of the actual card, not the actual card, but the instructions, it says your Social Security card. The Social Security number shown on the card is yours alone. So the card is there, the number is yours.
Again, what does Mr. Smith? You have been found guilty. Do you have anything to say? Yes, Your Honor. Put you in jail. You're reading this "you" as if they're talking to the holder of the card. I don't know who this "you" person is and your person is.
So this is what it says on the back of it.
I know, but we can't conclude "you" means the person speaking or the person reading.
Right.
You and yours. I don't know who you. It doesn't say card holder. And then
No,
say
it says you and your.
What the hell is a you and your? What's a ute? Okay, keep reading.
Yeah, so the Social Security number on your card is yours alone. Do not allow others to use your number as their own. Record your number in a safe place in case your card is lost or stolen. Do not carry your card with you unnecessarily. Protect both your card and your number to prevent their misuse. You should contact us to update your Social Security number and benefit record if your name, U.S. citizenship.
So back that up and read that sentence that you're reading right now deliberately.
So you should contact us to update your Social Security number and benefit record if your name, U.S. citizenship status, or status as a non-citizen in the U.S. changes.
Oh, they changed it.
Why would they use it for?
Your status as an alien.
Oh yeah, no, it says nothing about an alien.
But mine does.
Yeah.
But it says if your name, and then if your U.S. citizenship status, right? You can put if on both of them, right? If your name, U.S. citizenship status, or is a brand new thought, your status as a non-citizen.
In the U.S.
Okay. First two is conditional. If your name or if your U.S. citizenship status, right? Those are conditional. Mm-hmm. If your name or if your U.S. citizenship status, that's a conditional thing. Or your status as a non-citizen, or your status.
It doesn't even say your. It just says or status as a non-citizen in the U.S. changes.
So, but it's not an if anymore. Or status as a non-citizen. That's a declarative statement. It's tricky.
And then it says you will need to file an application for a replacement Social Security card and provide proof of your identity and other evidence supporting the change.
See, here's what this one says. I got this, I don't remember when, a couple years ago. You should contact us to update your social security number and benefit record, parentheses, if you're entitled. If you're entitled, benefit room, if you're entitled. Oh, okay, I would take out the parentheses. You should contact us to update your social security number and benefit record, name, your U.S. citizenship status, or your status as an alien in the U.S. changes. And the older one was
You cut out.
But it says alien and yours says non-citizen. Is that the same thing? No?
I thought so.
Me too.
If you are a non-citizen with temporary authorization to work, your social security card will be marked valid for work only with DHS authorization. If you are a non-citizen without authorization to work in the U.S., your social security card will be marked not valid for employment.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That was
I just got this last month.
Oh, did you? That's cool. You can get 10 of those too in your lifetime. That's what I thought you could only get 10 of. Birth certificates, I thought you could get as many as you need.
Yeah, so I guess I changed something because on my last social security card, it has my first, middle, and last name. And when I filed for a replacement, it only has my first and last name. So I'm thinking that's two different entities, maybe. I don't know.
The same number?
Same number.
Hmm.
Different number on the back for the bank, the Federal Reserve Bank.
That's where they got you. Different number on the back, different name on front.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in all caps? Mine's in all caps.
Yeah, it's
First,
in all caps.
first, middle, and last.
maybe we were saying something they didn't like us talking about.
And then it has my first name on top of my last name instead of like next to each other.
You have an H on your card on the back, right? You have an H
Yeah.
number.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Written in red.
And it says, or your status as an alien. So they're declaring us an alien.
Yeah. See, yeah, mine doesn't say it. Nothing about an alien on here. It just says non-citizen.
Age of misery.
Some private organizations use social security numbers for record-keeping purposes, which is neither required nor prohibited by federal law. Such use of your social security number is a private matter between you and the organization. Private organizations can only get information from your social security record based on your consent or as authorized by federal law. Does that say that on y'all?
Is that on the card or the paper?
Well, they only sent the card. It has 3 parts that you can tear off, and this is on the big part.
Edge, right. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's on the paper itself, not the card.
Yeah.
What you just read, okay.
It's on the stub.
I think it may be time to go get another one too.
So So I could take this to places and show them, like, look, what y'all talking about? I don't have to give y'all my fucking social security number.
Well, you look up 31 CFR 1.32. 31 CFR 1.32.
31 CFR 1.32.
The car doesn't belong to you. You're just the authorized agent. It says so on that dotted line on the front. It says microprint authorized agent.
31 CFR
1.32.
Yeah, so it says that it's not, you don't have to give it to private organizations.
The state of Alabama. I don't think the state of Alabama is the sovereign. I think Alabama State is. The state of Alabama is a subcorporation of this Secretary of State, whatever. It's a DC overlay. That's a federal overlay state of Alabama versus Alabama State. EM.
31 CFR, no, 31 CFR 1.32, collection, use, disclosure, and protection of social security numbers.
There you go.
The Treasury must only, it says A, Treasury must only collect full social security numbers when relevant and necessary to accomplish a legally authorized purpose related to a Treasury mission. In the absence of another compelling justification for the use of the full social security number, in parentheses, approved by the relevant component head and the departmental senior agency official for privacy, Treasury must only collect and maintain full social security numbers for law enforcement, intelligence, security background investigations.
You have to disclose whether it's voluntary or mandatory, right?
Let me see. Whenever feasible, Treasury must mask or truncate. No. An individual must not be denied any right. Any disclosure which is, well, it says the provisions of paragraph E of this section do not apply with respect to any disclosure which is required by federal statute or the disclosure of a social security number to any federal, state, or local agency maintaining a system of records.
Didn't they say no, it can't be denied any right or benefit for not disclosing?
Yeah. Where are we at? An individual must not be denied any right, benefit, or privilege provided by law.
Right. There's three of them. It's not just right, privilege, or benefit. You can't deny me this because I don't give you my social.
I like that one. Let me save that. Add that to home screen.
Because you have the Department of the Treasury and the Treasury Department. They're two different things. So the state of Alabama is not the same thing as Alabama State. EM.
What's component? The term component means a Treasury bureau or office as set forth in 1.20 and in the appendices to this subpart C5 USD 52A.
How convoluted they make this shit. Why can't you just restate it right there, Mr. Code Writer?
I know, instead of, they want you to go looking for the shit and then get sidetracked and because they know you won't have to look up other shit.
What are we talking about again? Fucking douchebag.
That shit is crazy.
Yeah.
And then they have where you click on agency. The term agency means as defined in 5 USC 552E. Why the fuck couldn't you just tell me when I clicked on that? Now I gotta go type in this, and then you don't even highlight it. Let me see.
No hyperlink to take you there.
Right.
It's even a bigger douchebag thing.
And then you go to the hyperlink, and then it tells you this shit is crazy. I'm done with them.
Don't give up. That's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
I mean, they send you on a treasury hunt before you actually get to where the hell. It's like you got to have 5 computer screens just to keep everything in track to follow along without getting sidetracked.
That's what it takes. That's what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's a big girl.
Ambiguity is the game.
Ambiguity is the game.
So 2 o'clock in the morning, there's still fireworks going off over here, man. Crazy.
Right? I just heard one too, bro. What the fuck?
It's kind of like 4th of July up until an hour ago.
People are relentless, man.
It's quiet here, thank God.
We like 3 hours ahead.
West Coast time.
Mm-hmm.
It's what, 10 o'clock here? 10:56. Working with this HOA bullshit they're doing. We learned, I was a paralegal in California. I went to paralegal school. In California is a fact, F-A-C-T, a fact pleading state, fact pleading. And Arizona and Arkansas, is a notice pleading state. A fact pleading versus notice pleading. The federal courts are notice pleading states, which means in California, if you're going to bring a claim, you have to have all your facts ready to go, other than what you're going to do in discovery. So you have to swear. You have to swear to the facts of the case. So in a notice pleading state, all you have to do is allege something. It could be all just cockamamie bullshit that's not signed under penalty of perjury. Nothing. They can put as much garbage on the paper, put it in there, just give a notice that there's a problem, and that's good enough to start a case in Superior Court. And there's no facts. Well, how do I respond to no facts? I don't know the procedure yet because it's I'm stepping into the middle of the storm. I don't know. You have to move for discovery or something like this and something like that. It's just a freaking nightmare. And how would you even know what to look for and what to even to ask for? It's like so. What happens is, anytime we're in the notice pleading state, these attorneys are charging a couple $100 to write a piece of paper that's just turnkey print number 1 and it's just garbage, and you answer them and they print out, okay, print number 2, more garbage, and it's just garbage. So the attorneys in the meantime are sitting there racking up all kinds of attorney's fees. And so while it could be $1,000 dispute, but the attorney's fees could grow up to 10 or 15, 20,000, some ridiculous amount of dollars, because the attorney, they don't have to prove anything. They just need to notice that something wrong, and then at some point it goes to trial. So what it seems to me is they're forcing people to have to get an attorney or settle with the other party. So look up, like, is Arkansas a notice pleading state, or is Texas a notice pleading state?
So that's what I just looked up. So which states are fact pleading states? California, New York, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, Missouri, Virginia, Illinois, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Louisiana.
So if you're not one of those, if you're not one of those states, it's a notice pleading state. What's up? If you, unless they need it, I'll put it up here. Wait
I
for the other cats to come in.
noticed. I'd be happy to respond when the facts are presented.
Well, they don't have to. That's the problem.
Georgia's notice.
Which means they don't have to. You can start a lawsuit against somebody without any facts.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah,
So you could
because
put any kind of innuendo out there, and
yeah,
exactly.
Well, if there's a right to work states, how can they fire you without any type of facts or anything? They can just fire you for whatever they want. But
well, they can't violate. They cannot violate employment laws. They can fire you, but they can't fire you because you're female. They can't fire you because this or something like that. I mean, they can't discriminate. Oh, you're too short. You're too tall. You're too fat. You're too thin. You don't have blue eyes. You don't have dark eyes. Whatever. They can't. You got rid of your penis. Your
because I was
isn't
fired,
yeah, they have
and I
to
think I
follow
was
the equal employment.
discriminated against for sure. They still haven't given me a reason why I was fired.
Okay, so you turned in a credit application to get the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, an application for the job, right?
Yeah.
Did you apply for the job, or did they pick you out of a crowd, say, "Come work with us,"
Well, I applied for it.
and you put your name and social on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a credit card application, right? You
Yeah.
put your name and social.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an application for credit. So that's a credit application. So your straw man filled out a credit application and extended credit to XYZ D-bag company that you just got fired from. So that credit application is what funded or funds your paycheck. It also pays for their overhead. So when they they took your credit application, right? And why did you give them a credit application? Why did you give them a credit application in the first place?
For an extension of credit.
No, you didn't. You didn't do that. That's not why you. That's not why you went to ABC Corporation.
to make a living.
No, you were interested in getting a job.
Well, I guess.
What? Okay, if you weren't interested in getting a job, would you have turned in an application?
Well, yeah, I was interested in getting the job, but really.
Okay, so why do you want to compound it? You are interested in getting a job, so you turned in an application.
Okay.
And then they gave you a little cube to sit in, because that's what you were interested in. And so you were getting your interest payments up front. I could sit in my cube. Oh, look, I'm getting my interest payment. And then they take that credit application, you fill out a time card, which is a bill of lading of all the hours you put in. Time is your most precious commodity. Have you heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
Time is my most precious commodity. Oh, so you put down how much commodity on that time card, and then you sign it, and then your asshole manager signs it, and that's a bill of lading. So you're taking your time commodity and transferring it over to the manager, to the corporation, and now the corporation is going to monetize your commodity and hand over and then send out a paycheck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where did that money come from for that paycheck? It came from your credit application.
Right.
So they take this credit application. Let's say you're 50 years old. I don't care how old you are. It's just easier math numbers. The Social Security at 75 years of age, you have to take Social Security distributions because that's the mandatory retirement age of a United States vessel. It's 75 years. A foreign vessel is 45 years. A U.S. vessel has mandatory retirement at 75 years, which happens to be the same time we have to start taking Social Security. So they hire this name and Social Security number. Uh, every boat has a name and a number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has a name on the back with a whole number. Well, that Social Security card is a vessel. So the corporation chartered. Have you ever gone on a charter boat where someone comes and rents the boat and everyone goes on there and parties like it's 1999 out there in the
Yeah.
Gulf of Mexico? Okay, yeah. So you know what a charter vessel is. So they chartered the vessel, and when that charter happens, it's called a demise charter, DEMIC, or a bare boat charter. So when the corporation charters your name and Social Security number, pejoratively your name, blah blah blah. So when they charter that name and number vessel, they have to outfit you with a little cube, with your little chair, with carpeting. You have electricity. You have toilet paper in the barracks toilets where you smell everyone else's farts. That's a benefit. And you have soap and tea and coffee and a little building to go to and a little
The
badge to
big,
go
big
to.
boat essentials, right?
What's that?
I said the bare boat essentials they provide.
They have to outfit the vessel. They have to give you if you have a computer. They outfit the cube, and so that credit line that credit application that we extend to them is what pays for all these little outfitting of your little cube that you're interested in the first place. So you're getting your interest payment. Using those barrack toilets with all that stuff because that's really a benefit. Yeah, and instead of working from home and using your own toilet, that's a better benefit. And so you come on board. So if they charter a vessel, well, now the corporation needs to go find some deckhands, somebody to swab the deck and do all that kind of work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they charter the vessel, and then they bring you on board to swab the deck and do all the little worky stuff as a wage earner on the vessel. And the wage earner is the most protected party in these maritime venture because they have the least power. They're the most protected because they have the least power. That's why the wage earner always gets paid first. If bankruptcy or something like that, the wage earners are protected. And so at some point, so they take this credit application. You're 50 years old. Let's say you're making it's $100,000 is what the compensation is supposedly. And so if you take $100,000 for the next 25 years, that would be $2.5 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
To pay 100. If you work there, I love it so much here. I'm going to work until I'm 75 years of age, and so you would be making $2.5 million out of your paychecks, right? At
Mm-hmm.
$100,000 a year. So all of a sudden, about 3 years, they finally get tired of you. Sometimes sooner. Happens to me a lot. It happens to me a lot. And so about 3 years, all of a sudden they start making up shit and just doing this and doing that, and all of a sudden they take you, the wage earner, and they kick you off the fucking boat. Boom, you're stuck down in Belize because Princess Cruise Lines didn't like the way you were behaving, and so they just kick you off the boat and leave you stuck in Belize, and that happens too. I work for Princess Cruise Lines, and all that trafficking they're doing, and so they just kick you off the boat. I go, wait a minute, I paid for a full charter. I was going from San Diego down through the Panama Canal, going back up to Florida, and I got kicked off the motherfucking boat. Where's my money? I paid for the whole fucking thing. You're gonna keep the entire charter credit line for $2.5 million and then kick my ass off the motherfucking boat? Give me back my credit. You don't get to kick me off the boat, not give me my interest, and still keep the 2.5 million. No, no, no. So now you
Right.
get to assess. You get to assess what the value of the credit line. And I would even add 10, 20% overhead. If you're making $100 an hour, it'd be $120. It would be a 20% more for the overhead. So it'd be $120 an hour for the overhead. Because you're paying for the rent, you're paying for the electricity, you're paying for the barracks toilet paper and the water. You're paying for all that through your credit application. You're funding your interest. So you're funding your cube, you're funding your chair, you're funding your computer, you're funding the IT support, funding your little telephone. We're funding our own charter. And then they kick me off, and I go, no way, motherfucker. here's the value of the credit line. The value of the credit line is this much. It's 100,000 a year plus 20% for the overhead. So it could be $20,000 a day overhead, 20%, whatever that is. You guys do the math. And so you would say the 100,000 a year out to 75, and then 20% of that 100,000 is going towards overhead. And so you would add up all that value, the 20% of 100,000 for 75 years plus the 100,000 for 75 years. You would say this is my good faith estimate of the full value of the credit line funding the bareboat charter that you just kicked the wage earner off the vessel, and which is the whole purpose of providing a credit line, is because the interest in that position. Now you've terminated the interest. Now you have to return the principal, which is 100,000 out to 75 plus 20%. And that would be the total value of the credit line. So what they do is when they charter if you charter a vessel, do you only pay for the first day and then you have to come up with more money and pay them for this? Let's say you're doing a 3-hour tour like Gilligan's Island, a 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour. So when they jumped on the boat, do they have to pay every 15 minutes? Have to give the captain another $20? Give the captain another No, they charter the entire vessel for the 3-hour tour. It's prepaid all the way to the end. And so when they do this credit application, they're going to front load the charter for $100,000 out to 75 years, and then at 20% overhead out to 75 years, and they're going to go to the Treasury and pull down that much credit for the charter. So we funded that entire charter, and then they kick you off the boat after 3 years. You go, well, no, where's the other 22 years of credit? I'm going to get all that credit back for the taxable termination under Title 26. Here's the remaining credit that you want to run away with, you scoundrel pieces of shit. Give me back my credit. You don't get to keep it because you didn't provide the interest in the charter. You W4 them. And you W4 them. Oh, you want to kick me off the boat? Fine. I'll get the money up front. And you're not going to kick me off the boat and leave me poor. You kick me off the boat and give me all my money back. Here's a W4. Here's my accounting. You could even make it more egregious. You could make it 40% overhead, some ridiculous number, and say, well, this is my accounting for the full bareboat charter value. And if you have a different accounting showing the overhead and the preset maximum limit you pulled out of that credit line that we extended to you for the interest in the charter, well, otherwise you can produce your accounting. If you produce your accounting, I'll agree with it. Otherwise, you stipulate to my accounting. And it needs to be sworn under penalty of perjury. You just can't make shit up. You're going to go to jail if you lie, because we're going to come in and do an investigation through the Treasury and see what you actually did. So here's my accounting. If you don't want to answer, you stipulate to my accounting. And because they're money laundering is what they're doing. Money laundering, securities fraud, and tax evasion. That's what they're doing. So if you make it kind of ridiculous, not Dr. Evil money, not gagillion, bazillion, babillion money, dollars like in Dr. Evil. It's not Dr. Evil money. It's something, 100,000 out to 75 years plus a 30% overhead. This is the total value line you pulled down for the charter that you terminated, and you're liable for the taxable termination. You see?
Send them that letter.
No, you send them your accounting of the value of the charter.
Okay.
Based on what you were making an hour, out to 75 years, and add a 30% overhead to give you all the toilet paper you need.
So the 30% overhead comes from, I take the 30% of what?
You take whatever you were making and multiply by 30%, and you add that much more. So you take what you're making by 1.3. One is how much you were making, and 0.3 is 30% more to pay for the overhead, because you paid for your computer, you paid for your little badge, you paid for the carpet cleaner, you paid for the maid service, you paid for all that with that credit application. Just like you paid, just like you paid for the go through the Panama Canal. You didn't get the Panama Canal. The motherfucker, give me back my money. I paid to go through the canal. I paid for that toilet paper out to 75 years. You don't get to keep my money when I pay for it and then kick me out of the building. Fuck no. You gotta pay me back.
So then I
Yeah,
could take,
well,
if I
the
use that credit application to pay all my bills and stuff, that comes out of that too, right?
I don't know if you're going to traverse around. I can't help you. We have to make sure you understand one piece first.
No, yeah, I'm
Um,
saying, I'm trying to see if I'm just saying hypothetically to see if I understand.
did you watch the Jack in the Box video?
Once upon a, yeah, I did.
Really? Are you sure? Because what I just described to you was the Sears card revaluation. When I did my Sears card, when I opened in 1984, and they terminated the Sears card in 2008, and I had to go back and reaccount for all the credit that went through that account because they say you owe $2,000. No, let's talk about how much went through the account, how many charges and how many payments. Who cares if it's $2,000? Because I want all that money back that went through the account because it's all my money. Both sides of the ledger is my money. You think the $2,000 belongs to you? No, it's my money to begin with. Let me see. I give you money, and then I don't, and then I miss a payment, and now you want more of my money? I go, just give me back all my money to begin. Let's call the whole thing off. Just fuck off. call the whole thing off. It's all my money to begin with.
Damn.
So regardless of
Go
the
back.
application, it's chartered for 75 years.
The Social Security card retires at 75 years. You have to start taking a U.S. vessel has mandatory retirement at 75 years of service. Foreign vessels are 45 years of service. It's in Title 46. Somewhere. I don't remember. Like 6 years ago, I looked at it. But it's called a bareboat charter or a demise, D-E-M-I-S-E, demise charter. Look it up in Wikipedia. They kind of mean the same thing. But it's a demise charter. Because employment comes under the Sherman Act. Employment is master-servant law, kind of like a Mr. Hornblower, master-servant on those British ships. Who's the master of the vessel? And all the other hands are just servants on the vessel. You know, there's a master of the vessel, right? You guys understand that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So employment is master-servant law. That's the body of law that employment falls under, master-servant law. And it's under the Sherman Act, which is a maritime thing. Maritime, what boats? The name and social security number is a vessel. And I'm the deckhand that gets beaten and whipped by my half-witted 70 IQ retard fucking manager that the uppity ups put these retards in there so that the retard will screw up and the director or vice president doesn't get hung. They'd rather hang the retard in the middle who's managing everybody as stupidly as they do. They don't even know how to do the job they do, but they bitch about it. Well, then you come show me how to do it. Oh, well, that's what we paid you for. Yeah, it's because you can't do it. So you can't bitch about it if you don't even know what the fuck I do, Franklin. You can't give me shit when you can't even do what I do. You don't even know the words I'm talking about for this project, Franklin. You giggling 70 IQ retard. Holy shit. It's a fucking horror show, Princess Cruise Lines. I'm still angry about it, as you can tell.
So it says a demise charter means a legally binding document for a term of 1 year or more, under which the period of the charter, the party who leases or charters the vessel, known as the demise or bareboat charterer, assumes legal responsibility for all of the incidents of ownership, including insuring, manning, supplying, repairing, fueling, maintaining, and operating the vessel. The term demise or bareboat charterer is synonymous with owner pro hac vice. Damn.
Yeah. Oh, really? Pro hack vice. Yeah, I woke up with that in my tongue this morning. Thank you, Wikipedia, you fucking douchebag. Ah, pro hack vice.
This is from Cornell Law.
Oh, I know. What can't they translate? Is there a little click there? You can go and translate. Cornell Law. Oh, pro hack vice. Oh, Omni 123 Catholic Church Latin Mass here. Piece of shit. Fuck. It's so exhausting.
For or on this occasion only.
Yeah, it's a one-time charter. Yeah. So it's got a bareboat device. See, they have to outfit everything on the vessel. the bareboat or demise charter. They have to outfit it and everything, which is what they do to your cube. You know, the padded cube. You know, the cube. Your cube had padding in it and everything like that, right? Maybe you had a padded cube or not. So you realize the cube I was working in with all the padding and everything like that is slightly larger than the padded coffin they'll bury me in a couple decades. So the cube, it's called a cube dwelling or cube death. I'm sitting in a coffin slightly larger than the one they're going to bury me in that cube. I enjoy what I do. I just mock the whole system. All these middle managers trying to think themselves all important, feel good about themselves. And they want to get their little ego petted, make me feel good about my otherwise meaningless existence. Because otherwise, I won't feel important. And maybe I'll start thinking you can realize just how absolutely stupid I am. That'll make me feel bad. And now I have to get rid of you because you don't make me feel good. Make me feel important. You don't pet the kitty good enough. Pet the kitty. Make your manager purr. I'll finally put up my BitChute site where you'll listen to my Navy Federal, this menopausal Karen bitch down there in Pensacola. You listen to. I had friends of mine say I wanted to crawl through that phone and strangle that bitch. That was my nephew's wife. I wanted to crawl through that phone and strangle that bitch. Navy Federal was a horror show. This menopausal Karen.
That's why I was fired over a fucking Karen.
She would come to work and bitch about her husband, bitch about her dog, bitch about her house, bitch about this, bitch about that, and then she would go, I just want to. It was all dudes. Well, there were only two men, me and this other guy, Todd. And all the rest of them were neck-bearded soy boys. He's just totally soy. I just want to let you guys know how much I really appreciate you working for me. I really do. And all the soy boys would go, oh, you're welcome, Deborah. Oh, you better sit there and pet this broad who just shit all over her husband and kids and dog and house. And she comes here wanting to get petted and made feel good at work, seeking affirmation from these dudes at work, these soy boys at work. It was just disgusting. Oh, my God.
Inflate thy ego.
Oh, pet me, pet me. Here, will somebody play pet the kitty with me? I want to purr. Oh, thank you. Oh, fuck, it's horrible. It's really horrible. I have one more recording to put up when I got fired on the 24th of April at 10 a.m. in the morning when I got fired. I was only there for 54 days. I drove all the way across country and everything. They fired me in 54 days during COVID. And I still have a claim against them. It's just I have a claim against Princess Cruise Lines. A claim against Navy Federal. Going back and back and back and back. And there's no statute of limitations because it's still my credit. Well, it's outside the 2-year statute of limitation. You can't sue them. You're right. I'm not going to sue them. I'm going to establish the fact of how much of my credit they're sitting on with a consumer price index adjustment interest rate on top of that. And I'm going to make it a tax liability and hit them with a tax liability. I'm not going to sue them for the money. I'm going to tax them to death. Does all that make sense? I don't even know how many people are listening to me rant.
Oh no, I'm listening. Because
I hear you.
This pertains to me because I'm tired of these people fucking firing me for nothing. Shit.
Wait, no, you remember during COVID back in 2021 and all that shit was going on, and they had these employment days where everybody could go down to Safeway, turn in applications for employment at Safeway, and everybody go down there, fill out their. You know what they do with those applications? If you put your name and social security number and sign it, they're taking a credit line. They are churning those credit applications and funding Safeway.
Oh yeah, because that's the credit that whether they hire them or not, they're letting the IRS know this is how much, or the Treasury know this is how much money.
No. Now, I'm not talking to the IRS. They are taking that credit line and running away with it, abandoned property.
Mm.
So all these employment drives, they're just getting credit applications and churning on the back end. They're monetizing all those job applications.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Do you understand how they're monetizing on the back end, or a general
No,
idea?
they probably go through a treasury agent and fund it through the ADP or something. But how do you see it?
I don't know. There must be some methodology for it, though.
They go to the treasury window, the TTNL, and they pull
And
the
they
credit.
deposit in their mastery,
And
their
they
master
put,
account,
yeah,
and send
just
it to
like
the Federal Reserve, and the Federal
just
Reserve says, "Here you go."
just like when you turn in
from the estate.
from the treasury. It just comes from the treasury. The treasury is our estate. The
Copy.
600 quintillion, national debt, that is our estate. So if you turn in a credit application, like you go for a loan, you turn in a credit application, you realize they cannot deny you consumer credit, right?
Right.
You cannot be denied consumer. They'll deny you. And motherfucker, this is consumer credit. You don't get to say no. You don't get to say I can't have my credit because it's my freaking credit. I'm just using you as the intermediary to give your couple $100 fee for processing the application. But you don't get to say no, I can't have my money, and it's my credit in the first place because it's a consumer credit application. And I think it's 1680. I think it's 1681I or something like that. 1681. We cannot be denied consumer credit. So
Yeah,
when you
because
turn in an application,
the Federal Reserve doesn't deny. They accept all that. They don't deny any of the credit.
they don't deny any of it, so we can't be denied. Now, if you're going in for some kind of commercial, agricultural, or industrial, yeah, they can deny you that way because it's commerce. But consumer credit cannot be denied, so you have to call them on it. I said, "Oh, really?" So I tell you what, here I'm assessing $100 million. That's how the preset maximum that you pulled out of that credit application is $100 million. So I'll just go ahead and put that down. And now we're going to go to the IRS and we're going to hit you for that withholding for the $100 million. And then we'll let the IRS know it's suspicious activity because they made unfair and deceptive practices to get this application in there and a fraud and swindle through the mails of the United States. And we'll let them come investigate you while you're doing this consumer credit swindling. And who knows how many people have you done it to? So I'm filling out a suspicious activity report that you're dangerous, that you're money laundering, you're human trafficking, you're child trafficking. And I'm just going to say you're doing all this because you didn't give me full disclosure up front, you thieving fucking Kazarian outfit. And we'll let the IRS come crawl up your ass. How many people did you do this to?
Because
I'll get the 100 million.
Do all these financial institutions, do they get a certain amount of like millions of dollars or whatever that they can loan out each quarter?
No, darling. They don't loan anything. We're the credit. The banks cannot loan credit, and they cannot extend credit, and they do not take deposits. We are the credit. They need us. Banks don't loan credit. They
Right, but
purchase
I'm
our.
just saying, like they get a certain amount.
No, there's no allocation. No, without us, if everyone stopped using Bank of America, it would fail. There's no certain amount they get. They need us to fund their cash flow. They need us, not the other way around.
Because we kind of, in a sense, when we sign, we're authorizing them to go to the Fed window on our behalf in order to be able to
and pull down credit based on my authorization. I'm authorizing the Treasury to do it, not them. So just come up with ridiculous numbers. 100 million. Okay, I'll make it. I'll just say 100 million. If you have a better accounting, let me know. Otherwise, we'll stipulate to 100 million of credit extension. Unless you have a better accounting, Miss Little Barbara. Hey, Barbara, it was 100 million, right? Otherwise, you need to put up your own accounting. Otherwise, we'll hit Navy Federal for 100 million withholding.
and the Federal Reserve stays open 24/7.
It's not really the issue. The fact is, Navy Federal will have $100 million liability, and I'll take $100 million bite out of Navy Federal's ass as a withholding. They won't. Could they go out there and try to pull $100 million down from the Treasury? I don't know, because they didn't return any of my paperwork, so I guess they could try to do that. But anyway, if I get $100 million, that's fine with me. But you see how Do you guys understand what we're doing? It can get lost in the rhetoric. They took a credit application. They didn't tell me how much credit they pulled down, and then they threw me off the boat 54 days later. Well, give me back my credit line. And they wouldn't give me my HR personnel folder. They won't give me anything. They haven't even sent me my W-2s. And
Right. Too.
yeah, the criminal. Oh, we support the military. Go support the military. Put on a uniform and go over to Afghanistan. Get shot in the face. All you pansy civilians over there dancing around like you're being noble because you're serving the military as if there's some kind of leeching effect, like putting red socks in the white clothes in the freaking washing machine. No, it doesn't work that way. Navy federal employees, you douchebags.
Well, when my manager told me that I couldn't come back, she told me, "Oh, you're a great therapist, and I wish you the best." I'm like, "Bitch," and that's the only text message that I got. I'm like, "Okay, nothing else." It's been like almost 3 weeks now.
If you contact them again, you get a cease and desist letter. I got a cease and desist. I got a cease and desist letter. I got one from Princess Cruise Lines, and I got one for Navy Federal. Cease and desist.
I bet you did.
My employer told me I should quit or they'd fire me.
Go ahead, fire me. Really? Really? Go ahead. Will you put that in writing? Oh no, we won't put that in writing. Because I find when someone says something and won't write it down in an affidavit, it's a liar and a coward. So this is your opportunity to prove how noble and honorable you are as a man by writing it down in an affidavit and prove you're not a liar and not a coward. Go ahead, do that. Oh, and by the way, it's also kind of, and if you don't do it, it kind of makes you a giant pussy. Yeah, pussy would be the good word. You know where that word comes from, people? It's not a female anatomy. There's a word called pusillanimous, 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 Pusillanimous. Look up. Someone look up. Google it. Don't ask me. I'm not going to feed you. I came up with a word. You might as well look it up. At least do that little bit of work.
All right, because you hit me with a lot of laws. I gotta save these because I got some fire.
You really got to be more curious when I say things. Go figure it out. I could be lying to you. Sometimes I might, just to fuck with you, because I want you guys to do your work.
PUSYLA.
PUSI.
Okay.
LL. Pusillanimous. It's phonetic. Hey, Naz, can you pull up that Scarface when Frank and when Tony Montana goes into Frank's office with that fat cop across the aisle? Tony, why would I do that?
Courage.
There's a better definition for it, but that's what it means, lack of courage.
Coward.
A coward, yeah.
Crazy.
It is. Hey, Naz, can you pull up that? Are you still here, Naz? I don't know. I'm on my phone, so it's maybe I can find it. Hold on, let me see. Since Naz isn't here.
Person stays quiet, doesn't get involved, waits for someone else to take a stand. You pussy.
Let's see. You pussy. Let me see. Frank, Tony, and the fat cop. Tony, fat cop, Scarface. Scarface. Enter. Tony meets Frank. How come they never fake? Where is it? Where's the video? Let me go up here. Video. There we go. Let's see here. He comes in there all bandaged up into Frank's office with that big orange sunset in the background on the wall, that wallpaper. I'm not going to choo-choo you piece of shit. You type that in there. I'm not gonna. Someone else can find it before me. Shoot you. Shoot you. Shoot you. You piece of shit. Enter video. Manolo. There we go. It's only 14 seconds. No, I want the longer one. Why did they get these little shit clips? You guys watch Scarface, right?
Mhm.
Has anyone not seen Scarface?
Shoot that
Anybody?
piece of shit up, huh?
Tony comes down with his hand in the arm in a bandage, remember? And says, I said, how you doing, Frank? Oh, Tony, how you doing? I know what you did, you piece of shit. What, Tony? What are you talking about, Tony? What are you talking about? I know what you did. I know what you did, you piece of shit. And he tried to fuck me, Frank. He tried to fuck me, Frank. All this we did. You still try to fuck me, Frank? Oh, Tony, and the fat cop's over there sitting with his arm across his belly. He just said there, what should happen? And the big palm trees with the orange sunset, everything behind Mr. Redheaded Frank behind there in his white little suit. And he says, Tony, what would I do to you, Tony? Tony he says, I know what you did, you fucking cockroach. Oh, he says, and he's banging his gun against his leg. And, oh, Tony, come on, Tony. Tony, it's just business, Tony. I know what you did, Frank. Oh, Tony, and remember, he's groveling at Tony's feet, right? Oh, there it is.
Please, Tony. Elvira! Elvira! You want Elvira! You're gonna have her. I go away, I'm gonna disappear, Tony. You'll never see me again, Tony. Please, don't die. I never did nothing to nobody. No, you never did nothing to nobody. You had somebody else do it for me. No, Tony. Get up! Jesus! Get up! No!
Тогда пацана посчитать потери. Суммы нули погибают на сцене. Снова один прогуляюсь без цели. Заливаю лик, поцелуй на шее. Каждый дома, правда назад, черный каскад. Вижу.
You see how he was groveling at his feet, after however it be. That's the best theatrical portrayal of the word pusillanimous ever. The best definition for pusillanimous is cowardice, and now you put an X on your forehead. Cowardice marked by contemptible timidity. Oh, Tony, please don't kill me, Tony. If he stood there like a man and took it in the chest, I would have respect for him. But groveling at his feet, begging and begging, it's disgusting, isn't it? It genders contempt and disgust for this little piece of shit groveling. Stand up like a man and take it in the face. Whatever the fuck's gonna happen, at least have a shootout with the guy instead of groveling like a little. So cowardice marked by contemptible timidity. That's the word pusillanimous, and that's where the word pussy comes from. And it's only attributed to men. You call a man a pussy because men have bravery and cowardice. Women, it's not part of their character for bravery and cowardice. And until recently, you have the so brave, so strong, so powerful Karens with their Karen hairdo being absolute bitches. They think they're being brave, strong. No, they're just being a bitch. But so pussy and pusillanimous only applies to men because it has to do with bravery and cowardice.
Well, maybe they thought I was a man when they fired me because I wasn't being pusillanimous.
I like setting into them. Why don't you put that down? Prove to me I'm not a liar and a coward. You guys are afraid what I'm going to tell the feds, right? It's always fun to say something. Oh, you're just scared what I'm going to tell the feds. What's going on here? That's what you're afraid of. You're afraid the feds are going to find out what I know, what I learned here. Just freak them out. They don't know what you're talking about. It's a complete lie. But they're sitting there, shit going on in the back of their head because you know they're doing dirty shit. So you just allege it.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm working. I got a couple lawsuits that I need to bring.
No, just assess the taxes. What was the value of the account that you funded that they withheld from you? They didn't pay
Oh,
you
that's
back the
right. They
credit.
did your W-4.
Yeah. And they're not going to answer you. They're not going to write back. Never had anybody write back. They stipulate their actual accounting because they haven't paid taxes on any of that money. So if they did actually write back, stipulating how much credit they took, they would be admitting to money laundering and tax evasion, securities fraud. So they're not going to write you back. They're already guilty. You see the beauty of it?
That's crazy.
They're taking it as abandoned property, as a gift. When all these employees they keep firing leave, and they cash out the insurance policy, and everything like that, and then they just run off with all these credit lines, and they're not paying taxes on this shit.
And then we give them, when they ask for our licenses and our credentials and all that, that's even more securities we're giving them.
I mean, they might want to identify who you are, or something like that, but the credit application is the thing that funds the whole thing. It also funds your driver's license and the roads. We should be getting paid for that driver's license. Minimum wage, 24/7, 365. Because the Secretary of State hired the Social Security card to be a operator. And it's always ready to go. All they have to do is call up and I'll go drive someplace. Yeah. I'm on call 24/7, 365 with that driver's license, right? 24/7, 365. That driver's license is always ready to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, just because you don't call me up to do something doesn't mean I don't get fucking paid for being on call. 24/7, 365, minimum wage. All year.
That's crazy. That's dope though.
What about the Social Security person? He's on call too.
No, the Social Security person is the only person on call because the only person that was licensed to drive is the Social Security card, not me. It has
That's
nothing
the
to
only
do
one.
with me.
That's the only one that was hired. So if you look at them, they all have EIN numbers. Those are employer identification numbers. So if they're the employers, then the person that employing is the employee. Then.
Well, it's the state of Arizona is the one hiring. So.
Well, I'm talking about like for a
I
job
know
or if you want to get your car
I know you
license.
traverse. We were talking about driver's licenses. So the driver's license, the Secretary of State is one that hired that Social Security card to issue a license to it. So
yeah, that's for all licenses, isn't it? There are all of licenses that issued by
It
the
could be,
Secretary
but
of State.
right now we're talking about driver's licenses. We
I
want to
know,
talk about a
Smoking
different
Baby.
license. No, seriously. We can't traverse and make everything because it loses any meaning whatsoever. You have to stick to one discrete thing at a time, and then it has some context and meaning. If we start using superlatives, it just becomes blurred. So that's why I like to stick discreetly to what we're talking. Now, if you want to talk about a pilot's license or these other licenses, yeah. If the state takes a Social Security number for these applications to become a obstetrician or a hairdresser or nail polisher, yeah, the state should have to pay for it because they're taking the credit up front, just like they do with every other credit application. It front loads the bareboat charter. And if it doesn't, I write them a letter. This is my assessment of the value of the credit line issued to the application that you have actual constructive possession of that bareboat charter value. My assessment is $100 million. If you have a different accounting, please send it to me and we'll stipulate to your accounting. Otherwise, we stipulate to my accounting $100 million or whatever you want to say. And see if they're going to write back. because
I'm gonna keep it
it's
that
in the
short and simple too.
it's in the room. It's called The Perils of Stipulations at taxprof.org or com or net or something. But it's in the room, Perils of Stipulations. All the IRS wants is a stipulation. Whatever, oh, you guys want to agree to 100 million? Okay, that's fine with us. We'll tax the transferee for 100 million. They don't care. They don't care about the truth. All they need is a stipulation between the parties. IRS, because I was going to the tax court and I was having the hardest time finding a subpoena form. There is a Form 4 subpoena form in the tax petition kit, but there's no real subpoena power. The tax court has no subpoena power. I was going, how does this work? It's kind of like the this whole thing with a notice pleading versus fact pleading. I go, how are they getting away with this? So I finally realized when I read the perils of stipulations, I go, oh, that's why there's no discovery. We just come up with a stipulation. And of course, mine's done with an affidavit. And now I want them to rebut my affidavit. Of course, they can't rebut an affidavit because no one in the corporation is going to sign an affidavit. So they're stuck with my unrebutted fact. Let the record show the value of the credit line is $100 million. I've seen no facts or evidence. The value of the credit line for Navy Federal account B0312 is not $100 million and believe none exists. Go ahead and rebut my negative averment affidavit. Otherwise, we stipulate to my $100 million. Let the record show the value of the credit line for B0312 is $100 million. Now becomes the fact stipulated. Let the record show the value of the credit line for Navy Federal account B0312 funded by the Sean Scott Haggerty 8378 is $100 million. That's how much you funded. Let the record show that's the truth. I've seen no facts or evidence that the value of the credit line funded for Navy Federal account B0312 is $100 million. And I believe none exists. Where's the facts and evidence that it's not $100 million Navy Federal? And I don't believe any exists. So just write back, rebut my affidavit, and or produce your accounting. That's a form of a stipulation. I'll take their accounting. But if they don't write back, my fact becomes the truth, and they get hit for $100 million withholding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so with tax court, stipulations are mandatory.
No,
and that's a way to.
It's not mandatory. Stipulations is all that matters.
Right.
Well, I was just reading, it says tax court rule 91A, so the parties are required to stipulate to the fullest extent to which complete or qualified agreement can or fairly should be reached.
But if they don't, they default to my stipulation.
Right.
So they don't have to, and they can go into default to my stipulation. Because if they don't write back, my stipulation becomes the fact. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I come up with my own crazy, do my own stipulation.
And it says once a stipulation is made, it is binding.
See? It's beautiful. Why would I want to go to court and fact pleading or notice pleading? Why would I ever want to go do that shit when I can just get them to stipulate with a negative averment they can't rebut? Because no one's going to sign an affidavit rebutting my affidavit point for point. They're not going to put their ass to the line for lying on an affidavit because mine's a negative averment. I've seen no facts or evidence. 100 million is not the amount of credit you pulled for B0312. And I believe none exists. I'm not admitting anything. They're going to have to come back and admit.
But how do you get around? Sorry, go ahead.
How do you get around what?
How do you get around the court that it says that all concessions are subject to the court's discretionary review and may be rejected in the interest of justice?
You were talking about concessions versus stipulations.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, my bad.
Like what a concession is.
Yeah, I'm about to look that. I'm looking that up.
Words have meaning, and no two words have the same meaning.
Concession, a thing that is granted, especially in response to demands. something done or agreed to, usually grudgingly, in order to reach an agreement or improve a situation.
I don't know what it was.
Or the act of yielding or conceding as to a demand or argument.
Now look up what stipulation is.
Stipulation is a condition or requirement that is specified or demanded as part of an agreement.
That what dictionary is that from?
That was just from the dictionary from Google, but this one from Merriam, from the U.S. Legal Institution, is a stipulation could mean a fact, a promise, or provision in a contract agreed by two parties.
Mm-hmm.
In contracts, a stipulation used to define an agreement that ended.
There you go. Stipulations are binding.
Interesting. Stipulation. Derives from the word straw.
Say it again.
Said it derives from the Latin stipulu, which is straw, means straw.
Stipulare. My house is an absolute wreck. So funny. See, most people, when you start hitting them with these types of wreck, they just think, oh, I don't have to answer this. I don't have to answer this, you piece of shit. Like, and then they fuck themselves. And they screw themselves. This is a lawsuit. I don't have to answer them. You're right, you don't. You can just stipulate. And a lawyer can't help them with it because a lawyer doesn't have any first-hand knowledge. It's called the battle of forms. They can go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. They can't do that. But it has to be with someone with first-hand knowledge because they have to square it. Because you realize I can say, let the record show the sky is blue, right? Let's agree the sky is blue. I've seen no facts or evidence the sky isn't blue. I can't prove you. I can't say I hereby, under penalty of perjury, do state that the sky is blue. If I make that affirmative sky is blue affidavit, I would have to prove it. Can I prove the sky is blue? Can anyone prove the sky is blue? No, we can agree it's blue, but you can't prove it. Because in order for me to prove the sky is blue, I would have to testify for myself, and my testimony is a lie just because I say so. That's because I say so. Doctrine doesn't work. We have to agree the sky is blue. So I can say I've seen no facts or evidence the sky isn't blue and believe none exists. I can swear an affidavit to that I've seen no facts or evidence it's not, but I can't swear that it is because I can't prove it. But I can swear I've seen no facts or evidence it's not. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The dispositive statements is the best. See no facts or evidence the sky isn't blue. I've seen no facts or evidence that the total value of the preset maximum limit credit line you pulled down for Navy Federal account B0312 is not $100 million and believe none exists. I can just say that. And they would have to come back and actually produce an accounting. And if they, and I'll stipulate to, and I'll agree with them. I'll stipulate to your accounting. Of course, it's also going to go up to the Treasury and find out whether or not you're lying or not.
Right.
They're going to have to admit something or stipulate to mine. And if they do admit something, I'm going to have it audited at the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration. Did they really pull this kind of credit on the Money Net Daily Transaction Log Report 120, where the source of the funds and the destination of the funds when they pulled that credit application to the Federal Reserve? Where's that accounting, Federal Reserve? Let's see if they're lying about it. There's a Federal Reserve there's a Federal Reserve Form 2046 that they go to the Treasury window with. FR 2046. It's on the Federal Reserve website. They have all these forms up there.
Man, it's beautiful.
I
They
don't have
have
to
a
argue.
lot of forms.
I don't have to argue. Let's agree this. I've seen no facts or evidence. This isn't true. Believe none exists. I give you 3 days. I give you 3 days to respond. After all, having done what you've done, you must have all the facts and evidence readily at hand. So I deem 3 days as a sufficient amount of time. However, if you require more than 3 days, we will consider any reasonable request. I didn't say I'd agree with them. I say I would consider it. No, I don't agree. No, I've considered it, and you must have all the facts and evidence at hand, unless you want to admit you were lying. In which case, then, yeah, sure, just admit you were lying in commerce, and then I'll give you a month, and then you can come back and show me how you're lying. That's good. But otherwise, no, 3 days is enough. You stipulated my $100 million. You see how to flip it on them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It takes practice. It takes practice to flip. Most people want to argue themselves right. I give them a chance to hang themselves, which is much more fun.
So you
Never
say,
get
please produce the Money Net Daily Transaction Log 120 to prove the source and transfer of my credit.
Yeah, the source and destination and the amount of the credit you pulled through the Federal Reserve.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Because they have to go to the TTNL window to pull that credit line
Mm-hmm.
through that application. Let's see which lie is the truth. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. I thought you must be out of rope, just about out of rope. I mean, hanging themselves left and right.
Never get in the way of an enemy committing suicide. Let them hang themselves.
I wonder if they'll give you the old Scarface response of, I always tell the truth, even when I lie.
I tell each other, even when I lie. I love Scarface, dude. It's as Greek tragedy as it is. I like it. The tally sticks, yeah, that used to use that for paying taxes in the UK. They still have them. They would still work too if you ever got a tally stick. It would be worth what it's worth. JW. Here we go. Forward this forward to. Yeah, this is my motto. You guys want to listen to that? What do you think?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Like your style, man.
Curse their existence while they still breathe air. I like that. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was in November of 22. I was on the call walking the cat through the park over there. I remember exactly where I was when I said it, when I heard it. That someone happened to capture that little piece and make this little meme. It's funny. The underbreath laughing is what makes it so sinister. When I heard it, I was laughing at myself. I go, "Oh, that's so sinister."
That's what they said about us. Shit. When they first created this damn system.
Oh, it's so funny. So that's the whole negative environment process. Because they have to rebut the affidavits point for point with a counter affidavit sworn true, correct, and complete, and not misleading, under penalty of perjury, under their full commercial liability. Because a human has to write an affidavit, so they have to do it under their own full, unlimited commercial liability. Because declarations allow lying by omission, which no honorable person may do. Declarations allow lying by omission, which no honorable person may do. That's why it has to be sworn true, correct, and complete, and not misleading, under their first full commercial liability. I don't have to argue. I can't argue myself right, like Daffy Duck does in that pronoun trouble. Yeah, you're so smart. Daffy Duck has pronoun trouble and B-rightitis all in that cartoon. It's so funny. Just type in pronoun trouble in Google. It comes up with that little portion of the entire cartoon. Pronoun trouble. Oh, no blank. Funny guy. A Jew giving us the truth. So you see, we don't have to sue. We can just create a stipulation, have it become a tax liability.
So that's how these people do these taxes. And can get all
So
these
what?
huge. I said that's how people do their taxes and get these large ass refunds back.
I don't know if that's
until
true.
they audit it.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know what people and what taxes about what. There's no context for that statement.
In my brain.
Okay. I don't know who these people are. I can only speak for myself. I don't like the pejorative everyone, everybody. Like those are logical fallacies. Using pejoratives, everyone, everybody. If it, yeah.
You say use of majorities?
Superlatives. Everyone, nobody, all these that's called a superlative. Well, if everybody did that, when I woke up this morning, scratched my balls, I wasn't thinking about everybody. In fact, most of the day, I don't think about anybody. So this whole everybody thing doesn't flow with me because I know everybody doesn't think about everybody. That's God's job. That's Jesus' job to think about everybody.
So if I asked you, I don't know, this might be out of context. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But if I asked you if are you racist, and then you turn around and say, you just called me a racist, is that what kind of statement is that?
Well, impertinent,
Besides
number one. Impertinent. Number one might be an impertinent question. Is that question
What do you
important
mean
to you?
by
How much is it worth? Is it important to you? How much is it worth?
I don't know because I was fired for something like that. So I asked her if she was racist, and she just yelled out I called her a racist.
Oh no, she called you names. That's a hostile work environment.
Right?
Let's see if I can find this one. Go back over here. Go back up here.
I'm like, Karen, you tripping, homie. And she's like, my son is black. I was like,
oh, I have a black friend. I have a black
and
friend,
then
so
she
I'm
said,
not
my
racist.
friend upstairs is a nurse and she's black. I said, okay, so you're not a racist. Then what are you? No, you just call me a racist. No, I called you a damn fool.
Where is it?
And I told her, we were standing outside of this building. You would not be acting like this. Oh, you're threatening me. She's making threats. I'm like, oh my God, you are delusional. And then I'm walking the same way as her to go meet up with my other colleague. And she says, you're following me. Tell her to stop following me. I'm like, oh, this shit is hilarious. I can't do nothing but laugh at your crazy ass, Karen.
That's all you do is laugh and point out. Look at you, crazy ass Karen. Look at you playing a fool. Just laugh and point, laugh and point.
But apparently that's why I was fired.
You're allowed to be racist.
Or ask somebody if they racist.
I'm just saying. If I am or if I'm not, my job description. What I have to do with my job description? Did I do my duties?
Right.
And it was this for Navy Federal?
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't work in Navy Federal. I was working in like a hospital.
Were you independent contractor?
No.
Okay. Oh, I can't find that video anymore. Remember that Lego movie? You're the special. Everyone is special. You know that stupid song from the Lego movie?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
There's another one. Everyone is racist. Everyone is racist according to me. Everyone is racist in 2017. And they go through and they do all this crazy shit. 2018, 2019. So funny. Everyone is racist. I can't find it in my YouTube feed. Trying to play it. It's funny. I played it for Derek Gonzalez. If I mention it, he gets mad. It's damn, it's in my head again. Why'd you mention it? I just laugh at it all. Because you realize to be racist, requires a lot of giving a shit, right? Yeah, I mean, you really have to care about something to be racist or whatever.
Right.
It's easier not to give a shit.
Yeah, the
And what's
color
more
of this beach is not that high up on my priorities list, you know.
What's it? Let's say what's really crazy? Oh, you're racist. This is no. Here's the real thing. I don't even consider you minute by minute. I don't even consider you even exist. That's how much you don't matter.
Right.
And they get
that's
they
what
get
I
more.
told her as.
It's more insulting.
They get more upset when you say that. No, you're confused. I don't even consider you moment by moment.
I told her, I was like, I don't care if you're racist or not. I was just curious. I was just asking, like.
Hey, Smoking Baby. Is this it? Is this it right here?
Let's see. You have to put on the volume when you play video. You have to push the little checkbox to share audio. Oh, did you put it in the room? No. If you're playing it, I can't hear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it sounds like tracking this one.
No, they get more upset when you say racist. I don't even consider the fact that you even exist. Now they get more upset about that. Oh, you don't even acknowledge my existence. Oh, that's how little you matter to me. I don't even consider the fact that you even exist. Holy shit, you want me to be racist and care about you? Fuck.
That takes too much effort.
Too much effort. Exactly. It's easier not to give a shit. Everyone is racist.
They're all just
Stupid
traps
stuff.
to divide and conquer, the way I see it, you know?
Just laugh and point. They get more upset at that too. Laugh and point. Anyway. No, that's not it. That's Broadway. Is that it? Let's see. What's this? What is this?
That's a great show, though. It really is. That's a funny song.
No, that's not it. It's a cartoon.
Okay, I got you. I wasn't
It's
sure,
it's
but
the
that's
Lego.
a good song. Everybody's a little bit racist. It's a good song.
This
Great
goes through
music.
every year. 2017, what was all racist? 2018, what was all racist? No, that little meme I have in there, that's pretty much my motto.
That's great.
Avenue Q, really? Is it Q like in Q-tard or is it Q like in LGBTQXYZ MLP? Avenue Q.
I figured it's probably Avenue Q because how New York is ABCD. But anyway, if I thought it was probably queer because different or whatever. These are little puppets. They had to be a little bit off, a little bit strange. You're a little puppet. So, that's a little odd, but it's a great show. It's fun. If you're in the Broadway.
I think I found it. Where's the volume? All right, ready? Let me go here, let me go here, let me go share screen. Start recording. No. Cancel. How much share screen? Telegram will have access to all your information. Okay, start. How can I? You're sharing my screen. Okay. How do we do this? Go here. What do you guys see on the screen? Anything?
Yeah, we see your screen.
What do you see?
Me
What do you see now?
scrolling over Ruckus,
Okay.
YouTube.
Make it big. Okay, I'm gonna play it now.
Ali. Everything is racist. Everything is racist according to me. Everything is racist.
racist. Shirt, go fit, strawberry smoothie, all the blowfish, especially hootie. Everything you say is insanely racist. Every single day the racism is outrageous. You know who needs sensitivity training? Every single name in the yellow pages. Cat, dog, feline, bitches, Kool-Aid, Michael Jackson, chicken, chicken, chicken. Every word is nigger when it makes you trigger. If you find it offensive, it's microaggression. It's gotta be censored. We'll be safe from uncomfortable things. We'll be fascist Italy. Everything is racist. Everything is racist according to me. Everything is racist in 2019. Jesus Christ, hyperlinks, birthdays at ice skating rinks, gluten time, expensive drinks. You know what's racist? Kitchen sinks, iPhone charger, broccoli, the old guy from Monopoly, Tex-Mex, a dog named Rex, any form of human sex, eggs, kegs, legs. They're racist. Cars, stars, and jars. They're racist. Dog and con. Your mom is racist. Everything you see or think or say is gay and racist. I pledge allegiance to the fascist United States universities. To mute all the buzzwords that make me sad. One day we'll silence them all, and liberty will be flushed down the toilet. Everything is racist. Everything is racist according to me. Everything is racist in 2020.
Yeah, never lied.
Well, huh? I think that's funny. Stop sharing. Everything is now it's stuck in your head.
Yeah, I'm
Is
gonna
it still
send them
playing?
that telegram of that song.
Is it still playing in your head?
Yeah.
That's why it's funny. uh, uh,
I'll be singing that at work. They're gonna be like, what the hell? I mean, I was just watching the Legos movie.
come on. Really? What are you doing? Machine. Oh shit. Let's go back. Back. Let me see. No. It's not letting me share it. Everything is right. Everything is racist according to me is how I found it. Just because it's ridiculous. What the hell? I had to click back 15 times to get out of that thing. Oh. It's almost as obnoxious as that no. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no square. Do 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 do. Equally obnoxious song.
Yeah. Yeah. And a little bit triggering. No. That's fun.
I consider most everything absurd, so I laugh at everything. It's just all retarded. Everything's a lie. Everything we've been told is a lie. Everything. How many people? Well, we got 20 people here. So is anybody triggered by all this?
Nah, yeah, what is- I got a question. I'm about to re-sign my lease. Is there anything special I should do with that?
Uh, I would put consumer. I would put consumer credit transaction on the lease. Consumer credit transaction given for a patent right above your signature. Write it by hand. Consumer credit transaction given for a patent right and sign
Okay.
it. By signature as Sestui. Or you could sign it Smoking Baby, property of the state of Alabama, Smoking Baby, birth certificate number as Stewie.
And when you say as birth certificate number, am I putting birth certificate number there?
Yes, you would say by property of the state of Alabama, Smoking Baby, 10163, blah 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 blah, birth certificate number as Stewie.
And then
Or you could do by for as by state of Alabama, property of the state of Alabama, Smoking Baby, birth certificate number for the all caps name as Stewie.
Is Alabama where you were born?
Yeah, that's where my birth certificate is. Yeah.
Okay.
You can't sign it that way. Well, I just did. So you want to write it. You run above the signature. Consumer credit transaction given for a patent right, property of the state of Alabama, birth certificate number for all caps name as Stewie.
Okay.
So you go consumer credit transaction given for a patent right, do your squiggle, property of the state of Alabama, birth certificate number for the all caps name as Stewie. Because then you can get your signature acknowledged before a notary. And then you can take that notarized document and go record your lease. Because it's a security. Anything over 9 months is a security. And that should actually pay for your lease.
Thank you.
Then you would get a certified copy or 2 or 3 out. You would send one to whoever the agent of service or process for that leasing company is, care of the legal department. See what they do.
I'll come home. There's gonna be an eviction notice on my door.
You've recorded a lease. Now that you have the security recorded, they would have to pay you back.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know why they care. So, what are you? Are you an attorney? What are you saying? This is not my signature. Who are you to tell me what's not my signature? You can't sign it that way. You to tell me how to wipe my ass next? Who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and can't do? You're a clerk. You're a clerk for a corporation. I'm the one bringing the money. You have my application. Who the fuck are you to tell me how to sign this, that, or another thing? Fuck. You're just renewing it? Already did the application?
Yeah, no, this is a renewal that I was supposed to do in April, but I just got the email today.
So you're month to month right now?
Well, I mean, I verbally renewed it with her. She just, I didn't get the email.
In that case, you want to write accept at the very top. Accept.
Uh-huh.
Not accepted. Accept. And then go down and do that. Consumer credit transaction. given for patent right, signature, property of the state of Alabama, birth certificate number 4, by, for, as, for, all caps name, as, Stewie. See what happens.
So property of the state of Philadelphia for the birth certificate.
BC number. No, just say property of the state of Alabama, birth certificate number, whatever the number is. BC number.
Okay.
For, all caps name. So it's squiggle, by, for, as.
Is a squiggle just your way of signing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what your squiggle looks like.
If I just put an X.
Nah. And when you want it to match whatever, the birth certificate or the social security card, driver's license, whatever, you want it to match. Yeah, I'm
I
with
wonder
the
if
Navy
that'll
Federal.
work. I wonder if that'll work because my birth certificate name is different than the name that's on my social. Well, the new one.
Doesn't matter. It's just the property of the state of Philadelphia, BC number.
Okay.
Then you put 4, your whatever name you use now, as Stewie, CESTUI. See what happens.
As a student, get it notarized.
Acknowledged.
Oh, acknowledged.
Just she doesn't have the notaries. It's all you have to do is say acknowledge signing it. No, you have to sign it in front of me. No, I just have to acknowledge I signed it. Read your notary manual. If they start giving you shit about it, go find another notary. Or go look in the notary manual. Or take the notary manual with you. See right here? They acknowledge signing the document. I acknowledge signing the document. Well, I have to see it. Doesn't say that. It doesn't fucking say that. I just have to acknowledge to you that I signed this document. That's what you're witnessing, sweetheart.
So I don't. So am I signing? I'm missing something. So am I signing it in front of them and then just have like a statement that says?
You're going to sign the lease at the leasing company. Then you take that signed lease and you go before a notary and acknowledge that you signed it.
Oh,
okay. You just say I acknowledge signing this document. Oh, but you have to sign it in front of me. No, that's for a jurat. Fucking retard. You're not notarizing my signature. You're taking my acknowledgement that I signed it.
Well, either way, I mean, I can sign it in front of them because she's emailing it to me, and then I'm gonna print it out and sign it.
She's not the notary.
Right.
So you're just going to sign it and go before a notary and get a notary acknowledgement that you signed it. You're going to walk away with the... Are we on the same page?
Yeah. So you said I'm going to walk away with what?
The lease.
Okay, yeah.
And then go before a notary and acknowledge you signed it. And then fill out an acknowledgement. Notary acknowledgement. Versus a jurat. Which is, I hereby solemnly swear, blah, blah, blah. You're just acknowledging that you signed it. Because it has to be notarized in order to record it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you get it. But...
No, I do. I get it. I
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I was writing something while you was kind of talking.
Usually you can hear the spark go off. Oh, you hear some kind of, oh. Instead of, whatever.
Nonchalant. Mm-hmm. Funny.
The intonation gives it away. It's fine. It's funny.
No, I'm trying not to be sleepy because I did a 16-hour shift last night,
Doing what?
but taking care of sick people.
I thought you got fired.
I started another job the next day. God has been looking out.
What kind
But
of sick
before they
people?
fired me, I sent in a complaint about how, I didn't feel comfortable working there and all the disrespect that I received and discrimination that I wanted to go PRN. And she never acknowledged my letter I sent her and told me I was suspended. And then a week later tells me that I can come work my last 2 shifts before I go PRN. And then the next day texts me, oh, sorry, they don't want to have you back. Who is that? You, bitch, or them?
Says, you had me back. I already got another job. You're fired.
But then it looks like retaliation because it's like I complained to you and then you turn around and fire me. Like, what the hell?
Yep, you can complain about it or hit him for 100 million.
No, yeah,
You can have
I want to hit them for the 100 million, 200 million.
Well, no, you're gonna do 100 million is the most you can do on a 1040V. So that's the most you can do on a 10
shit.
W4.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is 100 million.
But you have to give them a chance to stipulate to the actual value of that bareboat charter. You have to give them an opportunity to come up with their own accounting for the value of that bareboat charter. The preset maximum limit for that credit application. Here's my assessment, how much I made out to 75 years, plus 30% overhead additional. And I've seen no facts or evidence that my accounting is not true, correct, and complete, and not misleading, believe none exists.
They're gonna be like, tell that girl to kiss my ass.
Well, they'll do what they do.
Right. I'm like, that's fine. I'll kiss it. Is this your proof? Is this your valuation of the account?
But when you send it to them, you're going to find out who their agent of service or process is. The Secretary of State website. You don't want to contact them directly because they'll send you a cease and desist letter. So you have to go through the agent of service or process.
Okay.
Because you no longer work for them.
Right.
The agent of service or process is the go-between. That's why corporations have to have an agent of service or process. Capiche? Capiche? You guys picking up on all this nuggets?
Yeah, I like that. I like it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I just want them to pay their fair share of taxes, or to keep records and report.
That's it.
I'm just doing my duty. Can't fault me for doing my duty. You say that, I'm just doing my duty. Freaks them out. What can they say? No, you can't do your duty. Okay, I'll let my principal know that you said that because I'm just doing my duty. Apparently, you want to obstruct the internal revenue laws of the United States. If you're not, just go ahead and write something up and I'll let the IRS know. But right now, you're obstructing the internal law. You showed the intent to obstruct the internal revenue laws of the United States. And I have to report that as well.
And then on my application, I never put down that I was Black. And when I go down and look at my paperwork, it says Black. I put other. So I might even put white.
That's funny. They altered your record. Did you get
Yeah, they
copies when you
altered
made?
it. I'm like, I never told y'all I was black.
Did you have copies beforehand?
Yeah, I have
You walk
copies
with.
of yeah. So they had me fill out everything paper. They gave me a paper application.
Did you get a copy of that application?
Yeah, I have the actual application.
You didn't hand it to them?
I emailed it to them. I took pictures of it and sent it in to them.
Ah, there you go. Now they're altering documents.
Yep.
They altered your document. They're not allowed to touch that document. That's your document. They committed some kind of crime.
Mm-hmm.
Falsifying a record.
Yep.
Falsifying employment record. Yeah, who is it? Justice Lotus, the same one that did the fake Kings of America where they hit it. I can't find this video to save my ass. I downloaded it and it got taken off because of some copyright thing for who the downloader was. But it's called "It's a White Man's World, but Not What You Think." And what they've done is, in order to be the only people that can be a U.S. citizen are white people, right? It says so in the Constitution. Excuse me. My sinuses. And so what they've done over time, the lawyers have gone in there and mangled the words where everyone, black, white, Chinese, anything, Indian, they're all considered white in the back end. She went through this whole process showing everything she dug into, how everyone's considered to be white so they can be taxed as a U.S. citizen.
That's
And I
funny.
can't. It's called "It's a White Man's World, but Not What You Think," and I cannot find it. If anyone has Justice Lotus's stuff, I've loaded up in here. If you can get those videos downloaded or post them up in here, holy shit! I would love to find all her videos. I got wiped when they did that assault on her back in 2018.
No, but it's like, how y'all gonna call me black? And I don't even know that I'm black. I don't even know what the hell I am. I don't even know.
Yep. Yep. If you go to the the race and ethnicity manual from the U.S. Census Bureau, you could be rainbow, you could be Grecian, you could be uncodable. They have all these different codes in the Census Race and Ethnicity manual. Rainbow is one of them. Rainbow. Yeah, I mean, it's page after page after page after page after page of race and ethnicity.
What are the races in the census? No, ethnicity.
No, it's Census Race and Ethnicity manual.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking it up. They got manuals for everything. This shit is crazy.
Ethnicity means heathen.
It means even.
Heathen.
Oh, heathen.
So on my SS5 FS, I put a. You want to come at her? I'm done. Huh?
Water the fucking yard. The way to vacuum.
Water the yard.
Yeah, the plants are dying.
Oh. Yeah. So I changed my SS5FS, and where it says ethnicity, I added a box and I put Christian.
They're
Then
funny.
I added my own race code using American 995 American. It's one of the race and ethnicity codes. 995 is American. American. You realize the choices they give you suck, right? If you choose their
Yeah, they
choices,
do.
you're fucked. So don't use their choices. Make your own. We're going to tell you who you can be. Here, choose one of these three. No. On my original SS5 form that I signed when I was 13, you had white, Negro, other. How's that for ridiculous? White, Negro, other. Can't make this shit up.
They have white, black, or Native American. I mean, black or African American, Asian, American Indian, or Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander. That's it. Well, what the fuck? Black or African American. So why you can't put white or white American? What the fuck?
I don't know why they have African American, because where's there a country called African America?
Or where is there a country called white?
Yeah, or what all the other ones.
Oh, I agree totally. I put other. For myself, I don't, you know.
I didn't. I added a new box.
Yeah, other probably just goes back to white, reverse back to white, or whatever.
No, I went to the. I put 995 American, according to the Census Bureau. And I quoted where it came from.
I didn't fill it out last time it came.
I put NYSG. And your fucking business.
You see why I did it, right? I call myself an American, not white, because they can construe U.S. citizenship. Sometimes I'm kind of white, sometimes I'm kind of brown, sometimes I'm kind of pink. I don't know.
Like the little girl said, I'm not white. Her sister says, then what color are you? She said, I'm peach. Picked up a paper. This is white. I'm not this color.
I am not Julian Assange.
Are you calling me a heathen?
I am not Julian Assange. That guy's white. Man, his hair's white. He's
Ethnicity
white.
is linked with cultural expression and identification. How are they going to say that? So they saying that my ethnicity is African? How?
That's why I just make my own. I don't use their choices. Their choices are dangerous.
And then race is usually associated with biology and linked with physical characteristics such as skin color or hair texture. Hold up. First of all, last time I checked, my hair texture
nappy.
is not like African hair texture.
Put down there nappy.
I mean, my shit might be a little nappy, but it ain't like no fucking African's hair. No, nothing against it. But
It's just funny. You could put you can put it down there.
I mean, what the hell? And then skin color. I am far from the complexion. This is crazy as shit.
Isn't it crazy? That's why I laugh at this shit. It's just so ridiculous, so
Now,
absurd.
native racist ones calling me black. I'm offended.
I like the Hodgkin twins. They're funny. Those two Marines, the Hodgkin twins.
The girls tend to be less aggressive because they receive negative results such as rejection and criticism. Wait, what is that? Cultural expectations are different for men and women. Women are raised to be nice, men to be right, which is why many men don't like asking for directions and women can't figure out what the fuss is all about. What the hell are they talking about?
I know. Where's this blowing up from?
Some race and ethnicity. This lady, gender specialist Barbara Anise. Communication patterns. I said, I guess that's how they help identify gender roles and categorizing race and stuff.
I know. I hate it when they put me on a list. Sucks. Again, put me on a list again.
Neither race nor ethnicity is detectable in the human genome.
Bullshit. Such a lie. We learned about RNA warfare back in 1984. You can target blonde hair, blue eyes, the little flap of skin that they have. I forget what it's called on the Asians. You can target all kinds of different genetic to make an RNA weapon for warfare. So, like all the Chinese are kind of homogenous, so they can spray an entire field with an RNA warfare that would only attack Asian people. And then you put a bunch of non-Asian soldiers to go march through the field; they wouldn't be affected by it at all by it. That's back in 1984.
Oh.
I knew what these shots were. I told my family about it. Stop! I don't want to hear about it anymore. And they went and got jabbed after I told them. Stupid.
Well, it's like
Guy
sickle
named
cell.
Daniel Suarez wrote a bunch of books that were really great about cutting edge technologies.
What year?
That's a great question. Over a decade ago. They're all really fun books.
What's he talk about?
Oh, he talks about the technology that you're talking about. He considers the use of drone technology, heads up displays that, like in your glasses, you'd see a virtual overlay. All sorts of, cutting edge technology stuff. That is all capable of being done now.
Yep. Nothing new under the sun.
So the OMB establishes, the classification for this, the standards like for race and ethnicity.
No, the OMB control number means they've already looked at the form and approved it. I still add my own boxes. You don't get to approve of what I say I am. Fuck off. Oh, we already have approvals. Yeah, go. Then go approve of yourself in the mirror. I'm sure you do that when you get up in the morning, you kinky fuck. Don't talk to me about it. You remember that?
Today I'm black, tomorrow I might want to be white.
Remember the Silence of the Lambs? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me. Puts the lotion on his skin. Remember that freaky guy?
I wish I could remember movies like you do. I cannot remember shit from movies.
Silence of the Lambs. He's looking in the mirror. I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me. He's looking at himself in the mirror, approving of himself. So funny. Creepy. Joe Dirt. Damn, I'm pushing the lotion in the skin. Where's my supplies? Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt rules is carved on the cave down in the bottom of the well. Joe Dirt rules. I love Joe Dirt. I love Joe Dirt. All right, this is about ready. Should be able to mail it out tomorrow. I need a registered mail sticker.
What you sending out?
I'm sending out a special appearance document I've been working on for far too long. But I need a good registered mail number. Good number. I have a whole roll of. I like to have 4 rolls of registered mail numbers.
Oh shit! I just got one.
Sometimes I get separated from them. I have to go get another one.
What determines a good number?
What do we call it? Number rhyming.
Copy.
649-946, something like that. But some numbers are just ugly. I don't like the color of it. Numbers have color in my head. I think in color.
What number's orange?
Orange is 7. 3. Green is 3. 4 is brown. Weird.
Yeah, probably not really.
It's called synesthesia. Synesthesia. Oh, it's going down. 50. You know these registered mail stickers are issued by the Treasury, right?
Oh yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? Just came back for a midnight snack visit. Jumped through the window. Oh, I have to change it. I have a new power of attorney. Where is it? No, it's in the car. Maybe I can fit it in if I change the paragraph spacing. So we'll do single. Okay. We'll do single. Notice the special appearance. So what are you guys' next milestones?
I don't know. I
James?
need a new car, so I'm trying to see how to use like a negotiable instrument or my birth or my social security as the collateral.
Just do the application and put consumer purchase, consumer credit transaction, give it for a patent right. And then the trick is they have on the, when they have you fill out the security agreement, there's a little checkbox down there, and you can decline the retail installment agreement, something like that. Something about retail installment agreement. There's several tricks. There's several tricks in these. Where are you going?
Right, but they ask to run your credit before they have you fill out the application.
You cannot be denied consumer credit. So that's why you put on consumer purchase, consumer credit transaction. Go look up the Canadian Bill of Exchange Act. Canadian Bill of Exchange Act. And Canadian Bill of Exchange Act has consumer section that we don't have down here. And when you go through and read the entire Bill of Exchange Act in Canada, look for a quotation mark, search for a quotation mark. And the quotation marks have certain phrases that are in quotes because they're important, and that's exactly what you need to say. Consumer purchase, consumer credit transaction given for a patent right.
Oh, yeah, here it
Those
is. Absence of necessary words. If the words given for a patent right are not written or printed on any instrument in a manner prescribed in subsection 1, the instrument and any renewal thereof is void, except in the hands of a holder in due course without notice of the consideration.
It's a misdemeanor up in New York. given for a pen, right? For not if that's not it's not written on a note, it's a misdemeanor. If you go to the Canadian Bill of Exchange Act, it has a consumer section in the Bill of Exchange Act. It's at the bottom, somewhere around 190 down there. But you can find it online. Canadian Bill of Exchange Act.
Yep, I pulled it up. I'm looking at it right now.
There you go.
Endorsing. Oh yeah, it makes it a lot more clear.
Not down here. You have to refer back to Section 55, Section 140, CFR 1.3.0A1267. It's almost like they don't want us to access our consumer credit here.
And then go to your post office and look on the side of the mailbox, and there's a statement right there that should go on all your instruments. It's like, what the hell?
What's it say?
No, I'm saying I was exaggerating.
Oh, you're doing okay. Did I miss something? I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
no, I was exaggerating. When you said they make you go look here and look here and look here, and I just added, then they want to tell you to go down to the post office and look on the side of the mailbox and put that number on your application in order for it to be valid.
Yes, sirree. It's mucho loco.
And they're like, well, we had it in your face. Every time you go to the post office to mail something off, the number was there. What the fuck do you mean? All right, so I'm going to the dealership tomorrow.
Yeah, you want to get the purchase order. Problem is, there's tricky words in there where they can say, well, see, this word right here means you wanted to do this.
Payment in good faith and without negligence. What the heck is a crossed check? Where a check bears across its face an addition of the word bank between two parallel transverse lines, either with or without the words not negotiable.
Say that one more time.
It says crossed checks, where a check bears across its face an addition of the word bank between two parallel transverse lines, either with or without the words not negotiable, or B, two parallel transverse lines simply either with or without the words not negotiable. So between two parallel transverse